Why does that look so quiet? Hold on. So scuffed. No. Thank me. Don't. Well, I mean, I guess you could thank me. I'm not loud enough, right? Usually I'm a little louder. We've already done a bunch of deviants. Blood dogs are great. We haven't done all of them, but we've done a lot of them. We obviously haven't done any of the new ones, but did a bunch in base gen. It's like, it's too... Yeah, is the mic still low? It's two normal nipples, and then just like one kind of weird, not like a full nipple. It's just like the nipple, you know what your nipple looks like without the nub? If you were to remove the nub, what is that? What's the tip of the nipple called? The nubble? What is that? All right, hold on. I'm going to make it a little bit lower. Or areola. Lower than your areola. Yeah. I just got kind of like a little of that on the left side of my body. And I don't want to get weird or gross about it. You know, your nipples for men, you might get a little hair on your nipples. Anyone here got hairy nipples? I'm not saying I got hairy nipples, but you sometimes get hair in your nipples. I'm not weird about it. All right, it's a little weird. It gets a little hair, like you would have on your nipple. I mean, I've got a lot of chest hair, so it's not a problem that I've got hair in my nipples because it just looks like my chest hair. But I think there was at one point in my growth where I didn't really have a lot of chest hair and I just had hairy nipples, and that was sad. That was unfortunate. Now it doesn't matter. You haven't shaved your nipple hair in 2 years? I don't think there's any need to. I mean, unless that's all you got. Why do we need to start streaming this information? I have no idea. We're talking about my third nipple? I don't know. Lighting is a little scuffed. I think I'm kind of orange. That's not that bad, other than the quantum break reality. You shave yours every 2 days? Doesn't it get itchy? If you were to shave it every day, I would say just get the laser treatment. You pluck because you only get 1 or 2 per nipple? Oh, that's no problem. That's fine. Yeah, nah, you know what? You want to know the truth? My ankle feels amazing. Doing your part to keep me off the oil rig. What was the offer again? 200,000? Hope I'm doing well today. I am feeling much better. I was very tired, and so I slept in a little. More yellow than orange. Well, depending on where I'm going to be a little green in this screen. How many gas stations do I own now? I don't think I would own a gas station. I think I would just keep putting money into stocks. Why is my headphones distorting time and space? Sometimes it'll do that. If I don't move, I think it's okay. You would want to own one? Problem is if you're going to be managing something, like, you're going to be very actively managing it. Whereas if you own stocks, you don't want to do anything. $100,000 for 3 months. CCTV stream to the rig. Like, do I got to take the offer now? Can I wait until when I'm, like, old and washed up? This isn't Monster Hunter World? It isn't Monster Hunter Rise either. It's got to be now, right? My favorite part about that was just thinking that it was just one guy tuning in on his lunch break. Something seems off about the stream today. Oh, it's scuffed. Yeah, it's a little scuffed today. That's right now very funny. Am I sitting down? I am. My ankle's been messing with me, bro. Don't bully me. How dark is the room I'm in? I'm still tired. So I don't have all the lights on. The other light I turn on hurts my eyes, and it gives me a very prominent forehead shine. You feel like I'm watching a stream from 2011 again? Those were the popular streams. You could be streaming anything. You could be streaming from, like, your mom's basement, and, like, you'd get, like, you know, 10,000 viewers. Ankle can get infected. I don't think it's infected because it's feeling better. Streaming in a cave. I mean, I could move a light here, but it's not gonna be good. Oh! Oh, my face. Oh. Anti-water is like 10% more damage. It's not worth it. I don't care if you don't like it. I don't like it. That affects me very negatively. I don't like my face. It's exactly what I did not want to happen. Am I in a sauna? Yes. Oh no, I need honey. Nice shirt, thank you. It's Ralph Lauren. Somebody was bullying me. They're saying I said it wrong. I'm pretty sure that is the name. So we're like, oh, all right, hold on. We beat Altal Ka, so I'm gonna claim the bonuses. I beat GU all completely blind. The issue with Monster Hunter is, like, it's difficult to tell relative position to things. Did it give me honey? No. I think I missed some of the downloads. I don't even know what I got. No, I mean, the cat, I don't think the male cat gives you it. Do you miss the books for crafting? There were a lot of things that had to happen all at once to make it so that cat doesn't even matter anymore. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, do I miss them? I think it balanced things differently. Now, I think it's the guy. Whatever. Screw it. We'll just do it the proper way. I don't even know what I got. Thanks for the stream. You appreciate it? Well, that makes me happy. You're welcome. Oh. Wow, I feel very dumb. Oh, I got good news. I fixed my D-pad. That was scuffed. Now I could press down. Oh my god, there's so much honey. Oh my god. This feels earned, by the way. I don't want people giving me crap over this. We beat the game. Now we're just getting a little bonus to get through the final parts. Mapping issues, I had to take out my D-pad and blow on it. I could have replaced it, but I tried blowing on it first. Thanks for making your day a lot less boring. Why is everybody so nice today? Thank you. You're very welcome. I'm happy. Look, this is a mutually beneficial relationship, Gonsand. I talk about my nipples, and that gives me an outlet to do that. And you get entertained. So, you know. Let's just say we're both happy. Alright? We all have nipples, we can relate. Thank you. You have something that needs to get blown? Why is chat so horny today? Or recently? Shedward smells. I literally just got out of the shower. What was it? Yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Like, I had my setup on, and I forgot I was naked, and I walked. Like, obviously the stream wasn't on, but like I saw myself naked on stream. I'm like, no! I'm gonna get banned! I'm normally very careful not to even have my camera on when I'm not ready to press the go live button. We saw? Dude, I was so scared. You have no idea. My stream! No! With this new camera, we can't see your gains, only face. That's okay. Is 30% body fat weighing 194 and being 5'10" concerning? That's on the higher end. I mean, that's definitely overweight. I don't know if that technically qualifies as obesity. I would say try and get in the low 20s if you can. Getting in the low 20s isn't really isn't that difficult. Getting into the 10s, especially the low 10s, very difficult. Low 20s? Not that difficult. I think you could do it. I think we need to do Celtis Queen. Do you have a goal for cutting season? I'd like to get into the low 20s. Or sorry, low 10s. I'm really only eating one, like, normal meal of normal food a day, and then I'm just drinking protein shakes. And, like, coffee and water and stuff like that. That's... Dude, that looks so good. Looks amazing. That's my... What? No! Stop it! God damn it, this stream is so bad. This stream is so bad. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. You deserve better than me. What the hell is going on? You deserve a better stream. A stream that's gonna treat you right. Where's the Celtis Queen? How long are your seasons? Your buddy does them? It's like 2 months each. I'm not that strict. I mean, I'm not like a bodybuilder. I'm not like walking around, like, you know, going to competitions and stuff. Why did I just zoom in on my crotch? Cool. Cool. No, that's good. We gotta fight Celtis Queen. Have you fought G-Rank Celtis? I know I fought the little one. Maybe I didn't fight the G-Rank one. I don't know. I'm not horny! You are. Think about that. You're right. Everyone who said I did not fight Celtis Queen, you're right. I don't know why so many changes by the Scuffed Week. Scuffed Week is just because we got like a weird release schedule. So, I mean, today's fine. It's no big deal. But we've got Jono wants me to do a big update stream. He asked. I mean, he's not, you know, he's not gonna like pin me down and like force my face into the controller. And he's giving me a bunch of DLC codes to give away. Got a lot of DLC codes to give away. So, as soon as I know that that's working, we're going to start that stream. So it's going to be like, he could if he wanted. He is stronger than me. He's stronger. Almost definitely larger. I am a generously compact man. So you probably get some leverage. But, you know, I'm, like, small. I'm, like, scrappy. Is my camera super... It's not really, like, super zoom... Like, I don't have it zoomed in. I just normally stand farther back, but I'm sitting down now. I'm not small. 6'5". And then it's just like you know, I want to maximize the amount of time I'm actually streaming. So cool, ancient potions. We're just gonna start the stream when the things are live. So that's why. I mean, I'm not sure if that's a satisfactory answer. You mean, like, screw you, streamer? I deserve better. Take adamant seeds? I don't really care about that. I care about getting farted on, though. I mean, and here's the funny thing. What's with the sketchy VHS porno camera? Do you want to see the 5-head shine? I'll turn on the 5-head shine. I'll turn it on. All right, here's the deal. There's like no winning. It's either streamer, you're too dark. Streamer, your head's too shiny. Streamer, you're too yellow. Streamer, you're not yellow enough. All right, there's no winning. I don't care. I'm gonna play a video game. Streamer, why don't you look like the way I want you to look? All right, so hold on. I'm still walking. I don't even think the video quality is that bad. Like, obviously, like, it's like a little shadowy. Like, I understand that. Like, it's a little grainy. I'm working on it. Okay, I'm gonna try and figure something out. Cave Shep is good. Thank you, Jacobs. Don't list all the pills. I'm actually, you know what? Santa Bomb. The reason streamer's late today is because I took a little bit of extra sleep in, and like I'm in a good mood. So comments that I would have listed yesterday, I don't care, because I'm feeling good. Take your shirt off. I've got like some deep chest hair showing. You like that? Like what you see? No, I feel good. I feel good. I feel great. I like how I said I didn't need the adamant seeds, and literally immediately before anything happens, this cell just freaking craps on my head. Like literally immediately. Basil boy, thank you. No, it's better that way. It's better that way. I'm happy that happened. What? It's fine. We'll be fine though. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna kick his ass. Gunlance is pretty good on him. Oh wait, hold on. We were thinking we might upgrade this Gunlance. We needed Ucom OG tickets though. I was gonna look up how to get that, and I didn't. Oh yeah, that was completely by accident. No, we're fine. I'm not afraid of a cell. I killed a much larger bug. Hey, actually. Do you think Celtis inspired the Mantis at all? Because they're both obviously like robot bugs. No, but like the trader hasn't been selling them. That's the thing though, like we checked the trader. So we just got to get some G rank requests. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Oh, no, please. No! Okay, we're fine. Don't come back in. Maybe we do have them now. I haven't checked. That is 100% because of the defense, though. Check that out. Cheater strats. We don't need the adamant seed. Rise have for PC? So it has all of the content on the Switch, and up to and including the Defender stuff. So it's got, it should be up to sync, I believe, with the Switch Plus more. No. Doesn't need, I am not going to be getting Elden Ring. Am I still setting? How's anus? All right, so hold on. Did I say it? I don't know if I said it. So I'm sitting to rest my ankle while I'm streaming, but I'm still exercising. I did 2 hours on the treadmill the other day. I've been doing either 1 to 2 hours every day, and it's been very nice. No. Defender gear should be coming out in this update. I see that Elden Ring comes out early for PC. I don't care, though. Full on running, I usually go at 5 kilometers an hour, or roughly 3 miles an hour. I like to do low, steady state cardio. I bet I kegel while I'm sitting. I've got an enormous dildo, and I try to get at least, like, 100 squeezes in an hour. Yeah. ETI healing? I haven't seen a doctor. See, in Mexico, you probably have free healthcare or cheap healthcare. We do not have that in NA. But, you know, it's good. You could trade for Cedeus armor with the Yukoma G tickets, but I don't want. What would I want that for? Mexico is NA? Is it technically NA or is it technically Central America? I guess the top part is NA. And then the bottom part could be like Central. It's NA? It's Central? All right, hold on. There has to be like, there has to be an answer for this. Hold on. The only person I'm gonna listen to is DeSantis Dude and Kinesius. Free healthcare is a death sentence if you are not already dying. Wait, excuse me? So people would rather just not go to the doctor in Mexico and get the free healthcare. You're from Mexico? Well, you're not in Mexico right now? Bro, I'm Mexican too, okay? But you don't take my opinion for anything, because I'm in the U.S. We almost have free healthcare? What do you mean by that? No, we don't. We have categorically not almost free healthcare. You're Mexican? It's a long story. All right, let's start with the basics, okay? Let's start with an immutable fact. My birth certificate indicates that my father is of Mexican origin. Now, if you ever heard any stories about my father, you have to know that may not be true, but it says he is. Now, do I have what some people might consider as Mexican physical characteristics and traits? I guess? I don't know. He allegedly had, I don't know. I don't even know how to say this. I think he had a plan to try and get land in Mexico. Now, would that mean... Okay, hold on. Would that mean... Let me ask you this, chat. If you wanted to get land in Mexico, and you needed to be a Mexican citizen, but you were not a Mexican citizen, and so instead, you lied at the hospital and claimed you were Mexican so that your children could be possibly Mexican, and use that... Does that sound convoluted? To get Mexican land? What does that sound like? Is that possible? Because here's the thing that I need to tell you. Whether it's possible or not, it is 100% something he would do. 100,000,000% he would do something like that. Well, that doesn't even work? Well... was he high all the time? I never saw him high or necessarily drunk. He wasn't a nice guy. My dad was definitely not like a kind person. He was a very gruff person who always wanted to get whatever it was he wanted. But he was smart. He was talented. My uncle says he was like he said he was a genius, but like an evil genius. He's like, man, he was so talented, but he just like never wanted to do things the right way. Mexico is officially NA. Okay, I apologize. I'm a kind person. I at least try. Make an attempt. My mother's side of my family, very kind. A bunch of very kind people. Never have any complaints about anyone there. And I never really met anyone on my dad's side of the family. I met some stepsisters. So the thing is, though, DeSantis, is I was born in the United States. I was not born in Mexico. But like, I could see him trying out stepsisters. Oh my gosh. They're at least a little bit older than us. My brother and I, maybe like I don't know, 4 or 5 years older. He liked having families. Like, I don't know what the nicest way to say this is. I have many discrete stepbrothers and stepsisters for many families. No. They're the other way around, Mixiolog. They're older than me. Now, there's some absolutely, like, obviously I'm not going to say it, but there was, one time I decided to Google my dad. It was unbelievable. No, I don't think he wanted to be a polygamist. You know, I don't want to be sad about it, but you know what I think? I think he was always looking for love, and there was always love available to him in his life, but he never let himself feel love. You know, I don't want to sound like a hippie or something like that, or overly sentimental. But I think he was always looking for something that was always there, but he could never see it, you know? My dad is a hot shot like me. I don't know. I don't know that it was like a powerful, horny energy. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm literally just a child when I knew him. And then as an adult, like, I didn't connect with him at all. So I really can't say. So what was I going to say? So I looked him up once. I don't know if I ever told this story. So I Googled him, and I found, like... See, like, no, here's the best part about when I tell these stories, is everyone's going to think I'm making, like, all this crap up. Like, I promise you, 100% real, okay? Like, I am not making up any of this. So I Google him, and, like, there's, like, a court case. And it's not, like a county court case. It's, like, a superior court case, like a federal level. Like a federal level court case. And his name is there. And he was found going through an airport with, like, some massive quantity of marijuana in his briefcase. And this was a long time ago. This is like in the 70s, I guess. And so they detain him, and, like, he's such a scumbag. He doesn't even say it's his or not his. He was traveling with what is described in the court documents as his hippie nephew. And he says it wasn't his, it was his hippie nephew. And like, so like, he's such a scumbag. Like he sold him out. And so like the court case goes through and it starts like documenting everything that happens. It documents exactly like what he said, what he did, what the process was for like his, you know, detaining him and obtaining, you know, the briefcase of marijuana. And it starts going through all this different legalese. And like, I'm going through it like, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what the hell's gonna happen. Well, I get to the end of it and it's like getting into the sentencing phase. And it says, essentially, because the prosecution forgot to file like some motion or something else, his due process was violated and he was let off 100% completely scot-free. Didn't have to serve any jail time or anything. You know, the only person that maybe even suffered was the goddamn hippie nephew. I don't know what happened to him. But 100% in the clear, ready to walk. You know, like the balls on this dude to like try and get in an airplane with like a suitcase full of marijuana. Find your long lost hippie nephew. Man, I don't know, dude. Like you don't know what sort of situation they're in. I have all of you in my life, okay? And I enjoy our relationship. No, my dad he's 100% sus. I have never once insinuated he is not sus. I think he's my cousin. All I know is like I wouldn't sell anyway. I wouldn't say nothing. I'm Fifth Amendment all the way. That's why I'm so... Look, I'm 50% of my fault. I cannot help it. One of you could be the hippie nephew. If you are, I hope you've had a good life. I hope you continue to live many long, happier years. Now, he was talented. He was one of the most, like, preeminent genius computer hackers, like professional computer hackers in the 80s. Like, he was hired by IBM to go through their database code and break it so that he could end up making it more secure. Like, that was his job, which apparently caused him some stress at work. Like, imagine if it was your job to be in retail, and you had to stock shelves. It would be as if his job was to go around the store and just knock all the crap off of shelves. Just like, is my dad John McAfee? There are some similarities. I hope he didn't do like the weird poop stuff. That's when I think of John McAfee, I think of his weird sex hammer. And I hope that wasn't him. My dad was a white hat hacker. Well, you know how it is. You know, I'm sure he was I know he was hired to work for it, but I mean, nobody gets into that and doesn't do a little bit of stuff on their own. I don't care what they say. I mean, what? If any one of you, like, if I got a phone call and it said, you know, this is the police, I'm here with Sumgrum, you know, what can you tell me about him? I'd be like, never heard of him. That would just be instantly, that would be my response. Hacker, drug dealer, hentai protagonist, his resume was unique. He lived a eventful life. And that son of a bitch, that goddamn bastard, literally died like a month or two before coronavirus came around. You would love to meet your dad and ask him for life advice. You would live an eventful life, but I don't know that it would be a happy life. I don't know that that would be worth it. Hey, Gus, what's up, man? So I don't know that it'd be worth it. You know what the sort of advice he gave me? I was like 6 or 7 years old. You know what he would tell me to do? At 6 years old, he said, when you walk around at street at night, make sure to carry a roll of quarters in case you gotta knock someone out. He said, in case you gotta punch someone out, carry a roll of quarters. What the fuck? Who tells that to a 6-year-old child? I was like, okay, Dad, I'll make sure to carry a roll of quarters. Whatever you say. Did I? No way, man. I don't want to hurt anyone. What sort of psychopath? He had enemies? I don't know, man. Like, I never saw anyone mess with him. He wanted to, he's just protecting you. I don't know about that. It's just so screwed. Like, it's so screwed up. Like, I wasn't a grown man. Like, I was a child. I was as childlike as you get. You know, never experienced to violence. Tell the parent story. I can't just tell all of my dad's stories all at once. How's the All Monsters going? We're in GU. We're almost done. This is the last game. So we're on our way. Now, Celtis Razorwing. That's from, like, the little guy, right? Telling you the harsh realities of the world from a young age? All right, but here's the reality, okay? I'm not going to claim to be some sort of, like, world-traveling, millionaire, exotic streamer. But I've traveled a little bit, and I'll tell you, there is a equivalent, if not better, response than a roll of quarters, okay? And that's called smiling, complimenting the person, and saying, let me buy you a drink. That's it. That's all you need to do, okay? You can maybe break your fists and go to jail, or you could drop like $5 and walk away with a new friend. That's my advice. As a fatherly figure, possibly to any of you, the better choice every single time. Every single time. How many sofas did your father own? I mean, we probably had at least 4. Brother, I mean, it's some crazy things, man. I remember there was this house we grew up in. It was a really nice house. It's possible... No one's going to believe me. I don't care. I'm going to tell it anyways. It's possible after I moved out that Satanists moved in. And all right, so here's what happened. We moved out of the house, and then later on in high school, I met a kid who moved into that house afterwards, and we were talking about it. It's like all these like satanic, like little things like left around the house. But here's the thing. The landlord raised the rent by $50, and then rather than pay the $50 rent, my father, always the very reasonable one, was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change the locks, and I'm going to lock myself in the basement. He was like negotiating with a hardball. And the landlord is like, yo, what the hell? It's just $50 more. Just pay the $50. Some parts of that advice will just get you beat up. I mean, look, all right, obviously if somebody wants your wallet, you're going to have to give them your wallet. But if you're in a bar and somebody has a problem, try to smile and get them a drink first. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm going to say. Don't go out alone. Have a friend. Have somebody who's got your back. He's a smart person. He's deranged. He's not a smart... He is not a role model. He's not a role model. Absolutely not. What did I take? Let's get this next time. Akamatsu, hello. You know, the crazy thing is, after he retired from IBM, which is a whole nother scam that I don't even want to get into right now, he decided to actually invest heavily in comic books and trading cards. And the reality is if he just took that money and invested directly in like Marvel stock or whatever, like Nintendo or the Pokemon Company stock, he would have been like easily a multi-millionaire. Instead, he spent a bunch of money on these large white boxes of comic books, 99% of which weren't probably worth the paper that they were printed on. A roll of coins saved me in middle school from being beaten up by a drunk guy in bright daylight. I don't know. I mean, it's just, I mean, if I were younger, maybe I would actually consider about what would happen if I got in a real fight. But like, yeah, I don't want to like get injured. And then even more so, like, I don't want to hurt anyone else. So I'd rather just like walk away. I don't think so. All right, so hold on. For sure, at least semi-recently, I mean, he had boxes of, old school Magic the Gathering cards and possibly even Pokemon cards. So yeah, I mean, definitely would have been worth something, but I think the stock, honestly, probably appreciated better than the cards. Run if you can. There's no shame in it, That's fine. It really is. Don't be a hero. Lots of people end up getting to a fight for a dumb reason. They end up getting an injury that they never recover from. I remember watching this one, I think it was like a YouTube clip. It was really sad. It was about a guy who like didn't even really do anything. But for whatever reason, like offended a guy he walked past, and the guy snuck up on him and what do you call it? Cold cocked him? Punched him right in the back of the head when he wasn't watching. And he fell, and it was like the punch hurt him, obviously, but he hit the ground, completely knocked out, and he got really seriously injured. It's really sad. So don't put yourself in situations like that. I'm not sure that the guy could have done anything differently. Sucker punch, thank you. Did I have fun growing up with an interesting dad? Not really. I mean, like I said, he wasn't a very attentive dad. He taught me about computer piracy. He was like 100% into that. He was definitely into software piracy from a very early age. So that was pretty cool. He taught me how to get past old school copyright protections on things. I distinctly remember him teaching me how to go through and like try out like the various options in like this one game. Would I have been happier? I mean, look, I only have the life that I have. I would have been nice to have like a fuzzier, kinder dad, but that just wasn't him. So like, he was, I mean, for as much as I say, like, he was pretty much out of my life by like my 5th or 6th grade. Like, I never really saw him again since. I saw him like maybe once at like, like an alimony hearing from my mom. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, like live streaming like in a real space is okay as long as it's a space where people are going to be okay and accepting with that. But like, I don't know that you want to be walking around with like a phone and like a microphone and stuff like that. He just didn't have, like, how there's like that part of the human brain that kind of like is always telling you like what is right and wrong. Either he didn't have that, or whatever other part of your brain it is that's like, this is what I want to do and I'm going to do it, was just very powerful in him. And like, I won't lie. I mean, I definitely share the opinion of we get one life. You should live your life in a way that, will leave you with few regrets. I think that's an important lesson. But on the other hand, like, you shouldn't be doing anything that's going to make anyone else's life worse. If that makes sense. I mean, maybe we could balance that out in some way. You shouldn't do that. That's not right. Seems like the kind of guy to go in on a scam and flip and inform his scam partners for immunity. There was a period of time where he was in Arizona. And he would put ads out in the Arizona newspaper, and this was like in the 80s. And so this was a really popular thing to do back then. Real estate was a really popular, like almost like a common investment. Like nowadays you can invest all sorts of things really easy. It's not a big deal. But back then, like real estate was like a real thing, like real estate was a real thing. And so you could get like a lot more like common, not like super ultra rich people investing in it. And so he would put these ads out in the newspaper, and it would be like, hey, come to this, real estate informational forum and get a free lunch. And so people would call the number, and my dad would be like, yeah, man, let's show you the land, and we'll get you that free lunch. And the person would be like, oh, great. And so my dad and his buddy would pick these people up. Nobody's going to believe me. I don't care. And drive them out to like a trailer in like the middle of a desert. And essentially serve them a hot dog. And essentially strong arm sweat them into purchasing this property. That was not necessarily meaningless, but let's face it, not worth probably what they were trying to get them to buy it for. Good guy. Not a good role model. Literally the originally glizzy scammer. I mean, I know there's a couple people in chat that would fall for the hot. They'd probably be happy they got the glizzy. That's insane. Brother, the only thing I don't understand is how he never really ended up in prison. As far as I know, he never really suffered any real consequences outside of, I think, paying my mother alimony. If you want to consider that as a consequence. And he deserved that. The thing is like, I don't know. I can't say for certain whether or not he was an organized crime. I just don't know. He must have had connections? Oh, certainly he wasn't probably doing it entirely on his own, but he doesn't strike me as the sort of guy that would leave himself overly dependent on anyone else. And I think he probably didn't keep any friends for that long because he would gladly sell someone out. I mean, he would easily sell you out. So, I don't know that you keep your allies for that long. You're like that. No, he did okay to Foodist. I don't know that. I just don't know. I don't know enough about him. I didn't go to the funeral. And I know, in some cultures, in some countries, that would be like really bad, really disrespectful not to visit your father's funeral. But to me, I just didn't have any real desire. My dad sounds like Patches. At least Patches occasionally does the right thing. I don't know that he would, Patches to me, it seems like he likes the mischief, and that, he deliberately tricks people for the mischief alone. I feel like my dad just, had a profit motive most of the time. He wanted to get that green. So yeah, weird times. Yeah, Dark Souls 3, I think Patch is actually kind of an okay guy. Oh, shoot. Most of the time, Patches is bad. You still can't believe the exotic bird story? I don't want you to. By you not believing in it means that maybe I don't have to confront, the insane reality of his existence and his patronage of me. Because, obviously my belief is you have both your nature and your nurture. I know sometimes people feel like it's got to be one or the other, but it's obviously both. And I can't Yeah, I can't ignore the fact that I have at least half his DNA. He did the right thing, giving the world champ. That's what my mom is so sweet, Box. You know what my mom says? My mom always says, you know, he wasn't the best guy, but he gave me you and your brother. It's so nice. My mom's really nice. I can't say anything bad about my mom. I mean, obviously no person's perfect, but I think she always did her best, and she always loved me and my brother. So. I'm very grateful to have her in my life. And she's doing well. These stories are, dude, they're so insane. I don't think, like, I don't expect any of you to believe them. And it's like completely fine if you're like, I don't believe you. I don't want you to believe. You come across as a sociopath? I'm just like at that point of where I don't worry at all about what society cares about me. I consider myself a mama's boy? Not really, but I definitely love my mom. I try to call her at least once a week. Sounds like my mom got duped by him too. I don't know. My mom's... She knew what she was getting into. All right, let's not. Okay. I've seen the sort of guys she dated, okay? You know there are those guys, or those girls that like to date like the bad boys. She likes to date bad guys. Okay. That's okay. I'm not going to judge her. The heart wants what the heart wants. Okay. You know. Did Jen date a bad guy? I'm an internet clown. I don't know that I'm a bad guy. Your mom always cooks for you? That's great. At least she didn't see your dad on an episode of Cheaters? Did that happen to you? That sounds really sad. I mean, I don't know the details. I know at the end of the relationship, though, things were not good. So, don't speak too soon. Chef's cool. She had to take a phone call on a date once, and I went to China. Dude, it was like a 1 year long, long-term relationship. That's pretty good. That's a little romantic. Your friend? I'm sorry to hear that. Are you a bad guy for telling strangers on the internet to eat their ass? But what if that's what they want? What if that would improve the quality of their life? No, no, no. No, but my mom's really proud of me for being a internet clown. I think for a lot of her personal life, she always wanted to run a small business, and she never really had like a ton of success with that. So I think it actually does have her, it gives her a certain amount of like, you know, pride seeing me able to do that and manage it on my own and stuff like that. So I mean, that's really cool. I'm glad. I mean, obviously I'm very happy about what I do for myself, but I'm happy that it also brings her certain levels of satisfaction in that way as well. I know, internet business, internet clown, ha, lol. Yes. Yes. Does Jen's family like it? I mean, nobody gives me a hard time about it. All right, here's what I would say. They don't understand it. They don't really have any concept. But they don't really give me a hard time about it, so I guess it doesn't really matter. They're not as supportive as my mom, but I mean, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. Paid to play video games. Do they understand that you make the sane amount of money? Like, sane or insane? I mean, I make, you know, I do about as well as I did when I was back in finance. I mean, in some ways better. But I mean, I don't, you know, I try not, I don't want to get into like my personal finances with them. Do they even own as many couches as me? They might own more couches than me. Hold on, let me think. 2, 3, 4. I think they own 6 couches. I'm not a millionaire. I'm only Twitch number 3066 guys, okay? I'm not in the top 1,000. I don't know why I did that. I don't have elemental couches. And if I did, I would hope they would all be sleep couches. Is the villa in North or South Italy? I mean, technically South. It's in Sicily. It's really nice there. I recommend... I've said this before, I mean, traveling is a lot cheaper than you might imagine. I mean, usually once you get to places. I mean, obviously your accommodations and the plane ticket are usually pretty expensive, but just being there is really not that bad. That's still 0.01%. Well, that's fair. I don't even like golf, Nefrutis. Who has a villa? I mean, I think she inherited part of it from her mom, but then I think she also expanded it. She bought like the connecting section from a neighbor. I prefer the yacht club. I really don't know. Where do I go? I don't do anything. Favorite place to travel to in the US? Probably the nicest place I've been to. The 2 places I would want to go and have a good time. 3 places. In no particular order. Boston. I like Boston way more than New York. Sorry, New York people, but I don't like it. Seattle. Because I love the city planning. And they actually have highways that feel like they were designed well and worth it. Don't bully me, okay? Don't get me on highways. I'm having a good day today. I don't want to talk about highways. And then, actually, Orlando, Florida. I know, like, Florida man, lol, whatever. But I like Disney sometimes. They're the worst company in the world, and you should never support them. But every time I've gone to a Disney park, I've had a good time. All right, I'm sorry. All right, everyone's got a weakness. And I've gone there before. It's usually a good time. All those theme parks are fun. I'm not like some like huge Disney fan. Like I don't really care, but I mean, if I were there, I would go. Orlando's okay. I mean, I just like I lived in Boston for, was it a year? I think I lived in Boston for a year. I've seen the video on Disney crowd management. I ended up watching a lot of those guys' videos, yeah, including the Disney one. Like, that's the funny thing about Disney. Like, is they're a horrible, horrible company. But for the most part, they generally seem to produce pretty decent content. How good am I at GeoGuessr? I've never actually really played it before. Now, hold on. I've played one of those like, pick the countries in Europe maps. And I'm pretty sure I either called France UK or I called UK France. And I got my entire EU community really upset at me. That was funny. They're like, how dumb could this streamer be? Well, I might surprise you. Pretty damn dumb. Pectus and Moonlash. I think I clicked on France and I said it was UK. Which, I mean, depending on what point in history you were talking about, I think I would be correct. Like, there was a time, right, where, like, didn't the UK just, like, arbitrarily invade France and, like, hold it for a little while? I think they did. UK is 1/3 the size of Texas? It's so little. How do they do so much? I think I just need to fight the baby one. No, but I mean, am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that there was not one point in history where, during the Crusades or something like that, 1400s, see? Right, technically correct. Right place, wrong time. All right, I'm counting that as a big win. Dude, NA sucks anus. It's so bad. Don't get me started. Born in the 1400s, remember that? Literal vampire streamer. You'll say that to when you point to America next time? Just point in America and say Mexico. And when people are like, yo, what the hell, man? That's the United States. Be like, nah, it was Mexico at one point. Is that what you tell yourself you don't get early access? Right game, wrong time. I wonder, I mean, it provided some valuable memories, so that's all that matters. Yeah, I'm sitting right now. 1 minute ad break. We'll run it right now. We're just fighting Celtices. We could do that. There we go. I don't know. I hope everything goes okay in Ukraine. You know, I don't want there to be any war. I don't want anyone to get hurt. But it's clear that Russia is just, like, playing around to see, like, how far they could push things. So, and it doesn't seem like anybody really wants to challenge him, so. Except this the OG Wyvern Rider. I can't really imagine. I can't think of any other monster that would ride another one. I guess in 4 you had Conchus that would ride other things, but that was also when we got Celtis. What sort of build is Putin gonna play in Elden Ring? I don't know any of like the classes other than Prisoner. There's a war? It's probably not going to be a war. Playing around? To him, it's playing around. But they know, like, the rest of the world is addicted to oil. Oh, I don't know any of the classes, but I saw Prisoner, and that's probably the one that's got, like, a little gimp mask. I would start as that. Yellow rather than orange? Do you like yellow better than orange? Thank you for the streams. Thank you so much for watching, Slayer Ninja. Yeah, I mean, I would assume if they actually do something, they'll do sanctions. But you have to remember, like, they're only going to do sanctions up to a certain point. Because they want that... They want Putin's hot, sticky load of petroleum oil. How bad is sanction anyways? Normally it ends up being a tax on your own people. Like when you... It depends on how... What your other options are for trade goods. Like when the US did a trade war with China, like did it hurt China a little bit? Yeah, maybe there were some less Chinese goods made, but in reality it ended up just being a tax on US people for the most part. I don't really know why I did that. Yeah, that's why I was really against that. You know, I mean, were there other things that Trump could have done to try and combat China? I mean, if they wanted to do it in a different way, they could have tried to subsidize joint U.S. like factory production in other countries other than China. You know, maybe something in whatever. Central, South America, Africa, Asia, any other place other than the PRC, you know, but if you're, the easiest tool, but the worst tool is just being like, we're just going to put a tariff on imported goods from this country. It's just, it's lazy. They already do that in Taiwan. It's just not enough. And the thing is, like, I'm in a group chat with some friends from college, and I constantly tell them that they're under, like, extreme copium. Like, they're under the belief that, like, the American industrial complex could still, like, rise again someday, and people will have, like, full factories humming again, like it's, like, the 1950s. And I'm like, that is never going to happen. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that get built and made occasionally, like, I hate the guy. He's a total douchebag, but I guess, like, Elon Musk did technically build some Tesla factories out in like California or something, right? Or Washington. Not the Industrial Revolution, but like, you know, American manufacturing. And even then, like, you're not the Tesla factories. You're not even really talking about like really like normal productions of goods. I mean, a Tesla vehicle it's just a luxury vehicle. So, yeah, no, I don't think Detroit will ever recover either. No, I mean, there's a lot of people in the 80s that sold everyone out. Canyon guy here, ask you anything? Are you okay? Are you afraid? Do you need help? Too early. Luxembourg is smaller than you think. It's 2.1% the size of New York. Little. New York State or New York City? New York State's pretty big. He's so funny because he does no damage, but when he hits you, you still fly across the screen. Does Gunlance have shield steps like Lance? Pretty much your mobility options for Gunlance in this game is either your forward lunge attack or long back hops. Aramatsu is the one who is important? Let's be fair, they could both be important. It's not a contest. I'm sure Amatsu would be good friends with the other Amatsu. I don't think they would be enemies. I don't know. Amatsu seems pretty nice to me. There must be only one! Turf War. That'd be pretty sweet to see two Amatsus in one combat arena. So yeah, I got a little extra sleep. So again, I apologize for the late start today. How long have I been streaming for? It's already an hour. Okay, that's not too bad. I was just so tired. Twitter loves me. All I do is cause problems on Twitter. That's why I stay off of Twitter. I just cause problems. The isn't big enough for the two of us. I like that. Amatsu, please tweet that at the other Amatsu. And I know, here's the thing. I know some of you, when I go on Twitter, just like doing that, like eating the popcorn emote, like in real life, like, oh, Shepard's getting riled up on Twitter again. I know it. I know you. You disgust me. Is this good enough? Why not? Damn it. You've never seen me riled up on Twitter before? You must have never visited my Twitter. All it is sellouts and getting into Monster Hunter fights. You're more of a wine enjoyer? That's fine too. It'd be less depressing if whoever you argue with did always turn into a corn cob. It's like literally the Eric Andre skit. Like, why are you all booing me? I'm right. Because I always am. I mean, I'm not always. Well, more right than wrong. I use my social media platform to expose lies. It's like, I wish I didn't care. I wish I didn't care. Because then it wouldn't matter. But I sit there and I read something and I look at it and I'm like, I don't like that. And I'm always sitting there debating myself, like, don't say anything, man. You know it's not gonna go okay. You know this is gonna cause problems. And then I gotta do it anyways. You love that about me, though? I mean, someone's got to say it. That's the thing. If no one's saying it, I'm like, fine, I'll say it. What about the arguments in the Capcom Discord? I don't stay in there that often. The only reason I got almost pissed at the Capcom Discord is because for a little while they had it so like anybody could use the everyone tag, and people were like spamming at everyone for like whatever their 3-minute YouTube video. I'm like, hey, knock that off, man. I don't care about you or your content. I mean, I do, but don't ping me with it. Notifications are a sacred thing. Say the names? I'm not that. How many monsters did I left? I need to really go through and check. We got a while. Not supporting fellow creators? It's difficult, man. It's difficult to find other creators that you want to like do like a real heavy active collaboration with. I would, right now, the one I think I would probably like, if I had a dream content like thing, it would be getting an opportunity to do a run with Moss. Do like a 2-player village or well, not 2-player village, obviously. 2-player hub run. Could be really fun. I'm symbolically confronting your father? I mean, I don't like hate him or like despise him. You know, I don't have a resentment. Like, could I have used more hugs? Maybe. But I mean, I don't, you know, I mean, he is who he is, right? Like, you can't change that. I can't change who you are. You can't change who I am. Definitely neither of us could change who the hell my dad was. That guy was like a piece and a half. You know, and you have to be grateful. You know, at the very least, I know who he was. You know, a lot of people grow up, they don't know who their dad is. You know, they never have any connection with them at all. I hope he recovers quickly, Ghosty Light. Your dad would have used turbo if he was a speedrunner? Oh, dude, he would have known. Here's the deal. My dad's not, he's evil, but he's not a dumbass. He would have, like, hacked the game, dude. Like, he would have programmed his own mod that would increase the damage, but have the display damage show, like, it was lower. Like, he would use mods that would, like, always roll, like, the lowest health. Like, crap like that. Stuff that you could not definitively prove that he just didn't get by good luck. Or he's so goddamn lucky he would just get it anyways. Cat AM. He would do stuff like that. He wouldn't use turbo. I mean, is he above using turbo? Absolutely not. But he wouldn't have done anything that would get him caught. Because, like, he didn't even go to, he walked through a goddamn airport with a briefcase full of marijuana. Didn't go to jail. And you tell me, is that the sort of guy that would do something that would get caught? Would sell out his hippie nephew. I mean, really, I think the ball's on that guy, right? He's not a hero. He is not a role model. I'll say this, though. At one point, he ended up bringing a like a full arcade machine home once. I wonder how the hell he got that. He's the reason I play video games. He always got us video games. He cared in that way. He's like, these kids like their video games. I'm going to keep getting them video games. That was nice of him. Usually had pretty recent, reliable access to newer ones. It was like some sort of I've actually tried to research it, Joe-Cocoon. So all right, I called it an arcade machine. It's actually something a little bit different. It was like, it's something I'd never really seen before. I haven't seen since. It used video cassettes. You know how like in Dragon's Lair, old arcade game, it would like have branching paths. It was like some weird, like, was it a Polygon cabinet? I'd have to look it up. It had like branching storylines and like light guns and stuff like that. The funny thing though is he bought it, and then I think he just like returned it a week later. He forced the guy to take it back. You're not old enough to know that? You don't know Dragon's Quest? It's a classic. It's one of the original narrative, fully animated video games. Streamer showing his age? Yes, Dirk the Daring. Everyone knows about Dirk the Daring. When am I getting a Flare 3? I think we're going to get it later. It's not like a huge Deco cassette system. That, you know, that sounds like that could have been it. Dude, I love hearing stories about old arcades and stuff like that. I guess the first majorly successful arcade game of all time was Gauntlet, because it was 4 players and a quarter guzzler. So the idea was, like, rather than one arcade cabinet that only one person could play, why not an arcade cabinet that could have 4 people play constantly? Mox, that's almost definitely it. That sounds like it. But then again, I played this when I was like, literally like a potato. I'm still a potato sometimes? I would argue most times. One thing he told me, though, is like when he was at IBM, he was like, we have things that you won't see for 10 years. Like, he was talking about how, like, they have all this sort of, like, advanced technology that they have developed, but they don't release because they want to keep releasing old stuff. Gonna play Elden Ring? Yep. I'm gonna get a VPN, so we should be able to stream it, like, a little bit early. I don't know exactly when it's gonna unlock. Like, I've seen the world map, so it should work out okay. But we should be able to get it at least a little bit earlier. Tupac hologram? Wouldn't surprise me. No. Yeah, no, I'm not getting it on PC. I'm going to get it on Xbox. I want to use my Thrustmaster. I don't know what the L3 and R3 buttons are in Elden Ring, but if either is run or jump, I want to have those bound to back buttons. I'm sorry. I'm that level of spoiled with my Thrustmaster. Am I getting New Zealand like distortion? I'm gonna mess around with the settings and see what works. But it should be earlier than East Coast NA. At the very least. I remember there was a Ghost game That's what I remember, Mox. I remember there was like, it was like a haunted house with ghosts floating around, and you'd shoot them with guns. I mean, Kestano Hashirashi, I'm not going to try and hard sell you on a Thrustmaster, but at least look into getting a PS4 controller with the back buttons. Here, Carrot, you want better lighting? Huh? I don't know if that looks better. Maybe it looks a little better. The golden god lighting. The shine. Yeah, that's what I don't like. I want to get all shiny. I was trying with my camera settings. I should never have done that. How many hours do you think you played in your Thrustmaster? I mean, well over 1,000, maybe 2,000. So that should be Celtis. Now we need to make the Acantor helm. Do I recognize any of these games? No. That's not it. That's like... Bro, I wasn't alive in 1980. What the hell? No, that's not it. Why can't I get Celtis Carapace? Is this like a capture material? I wasn't born yet in 1980. I was born in... when do we say I'm born? 1997? Hello, fellow children. No, you're not 50. If you're born in 1980, you'd be like 42 or something. How are you so bad at math? I'm looking it up right now. Celtis Carapace. Accurate. It is a 10% body carve and G-Rig? Bro, we'd be there forever. You'd be 37, you're born in late 80s? If you were 37-year-old, you would be born in the early 80s. Not late 80s. Yeah, no, they're definitely hiring. That's it, right there. I know that math easily. I worked in finance. I'm like a numerical genius. That I don't complain or lament about any of my previous experiences in like corporate, semi-corporate business. But the reality that like they ended up going with a finance manager and keeping them that genuinely did not understand algebra, that was responsible for like making loan calculations, is terrifying to me. Didn't understand how interest worked and how interest was calculated. Just put numbers in the screen until things looked right. It's messed up, man. That's messed up. This is the person making your loan. I just can't handle the office politics. I mean, can you guys imagine me in an office? All right, let me ask you guys. Okay, seriously. All right, no meme responses. If I were your coworker, would you think like, oh, he's a nice guy? Or would you think, man, this guy's kind of unhinged? When is he going to snap? Be honest. No memes. You'd fear for me there? Fear for me. I mean, no, I wouldn't act exactly how I acted in the office like I act here. Unhinged in a way that suggests I would do anything harmful? Well, of course I would never hurt him. I made a spreadsheet. And it was called Shepard Calc. And I used it to collect all of the open credit accounts that you had. And I would use it to precisely determine the amount of money that you could be saved through a refinance. If we were to refinance it or bundle the debt or something else like that. And that was pretty nice. It would tell you like how much money you would save, how much time you might save. Nope. The only thing is, I was like, the program was 100% correct. It worked out completely fine. The issue was the human element of it. And the problem was like, you know, all my managers, all my higher ups were more than happy whenever I was able to help get business. And the people I helped were always more than happy for me to help them save money. The problem was the human reality of lots of people that I would help pay off their credit card debt would then just immediately get more credit card debt. And that is not a good thing. Then the calculation fails. So, heart was in the right place. Math was correct, but it's not easy. You know, the easy way to get people out of debt is to refinance the debt and have them save money and pay it off faster. The reality is a lot of people just keep their previous spending habits. And that credit limit that they have is what keeps them from going, like, you know, overboard. It's actually, Amatsu, don't feel bad. It's like the majority of people in the U.S. Like, I'm not going to say it's everyone, but, you know, easily 40 to 50% of the people that I met were in that sort of a situation where they would pay down a credit card a little bit and then they would just spend it up again. I mean, it's just the way it was. So, like, I worked in a credit union, Soccer Mom of Doom, which in theory didn't have a profit motive. But in reality, you know, a lot of those managers, not me, managers had paid for company cards, they had gas cards. You know, they went on retreats like twice a year. I ain't saying that they were necessarily up to no good, but it may not be for profit. They maybe weren't selling stock, but they were definitely, you know, dealing to themselves the same hand on the money that they made off of their members. So. And I think the sad thing is if you go to pretty much any credit union, it's going to be the same way. You know, lots of very small credit unions in my state, like really small. You know, with like 3 or 4 employees. I mean, you'll have a CEO paying themselves $200,000-$300,000 a year. I know you guys call me bougie streamer, but like, you know, I'm not even anywhere remotely in the realm of what the sort of money some of these CEOs are making. It's unreal. And they don't really do anything. Just take that money. What are you going to do? It's not like banks are better, because they are literally profit-seeking, and they will do everything they can to suck the money out of you entirely. They have zero accountability. But I guess I got a little slightly disillusioned with the credit union lifestyle. At first, I really believed in it, and I still do. I think if you have a bank, you should probably think about getting a credit union, because ultimately they will be better for you in the long run in most situations. Some people don't live within their means. I think there's a good amount of people who, when they get paid on Friday, are like, well, I may not live to see Monday, so may as well go all out. Why Celtis farming? We're making the Celtis chest and arms. I met one, this wasn't connected to my work at all, but I met one manager at a Bank of America once. I don't know why you would ever share this. She told me she did not cook at all, and that literally every meal she ate, she got from like a restaurant or ordering out fast food. Who does that? So yeah, I don't know that person had credit card debt. But that person probably had some credit card debt. Bougie as heck? I mean, you know, a bank manager could probably afford that, I guess. I'm not saying you gotta cook all your meals. I'm not saying everything has to be handcrafted, artisanal, you know, little gourmet delicacies, but you should be able to, like, you know, put together a pasta, know how to cook a piece of meat without giving yourself a foodborne illness, cook some eggs, maybe saute some vegetables. I mean, to be fair, Rupert Rogers, I mean, absolutely she's good for the economy. She's spending all of her money all the time. Only drinks Fiji water? That's too bougie. You don't even necessarily have to be great at it. It's just like, you'll save so much money. Like, sometimes, like, I'll see, like, these ads, whatever, videos. It's like, this family can only get by on eating McDonald's this number of times a week. They cannot afford real groceries. And I'm like, I don't know about that, you know? I mean, unless you're going to McDonald's and you're buying literally plain hamburgers and eating those, I don't know that there's necessarily a comparable caloric to dollar equivalent. And even then, like, on sale, eggs and pasta, I think, do end up being cheaper. Make frozen pizzas 3 nights a week to save money. I mean, you don't have to go. You don't have to go at that point. I mean, beans. If you're using like old dry beans, I mean that's a lot more work than I would expect any normal person to do. But I mean, you could definitely get canned beans real cheap for $1, and they're very filling. You eat a can of beans, you don't have to eat anything. We just got a lot there. We're gonna look at this next one here. Premium stomach. Which level? Aptonoff. Is it Aptonoff? What is it? Yeah, I mean, rice and eggs, pretty good. Rice and beans and eggs. G rank Ultra. That's what it is. Beans and rice is a complete protein? You know, I did some research on that, Mox, and it's not 100% true that it's a complete protein, in that the quality of the protein is obviously, it's not going to be as high as like a proper like a whey or like an animal protein, but it technically has all of the amino acids. It's not going to have a lot of them. If you were only to eat that, you would eventually be somewhat amino acid deficient in certain other ones without other supplements. But in a pinch, yeah, I mean you'll be much better off eating rice and beans than you would be eating like just like a plain pasta or something like that. Am I just gonna have to go to like the deserted island? I guess so. I think this is the best place to go. It's just there's a really good video. I think the YouTube channel is like What I Learned. And they go into that. Into actually some pretty extreme detail. You love this conversation. Let me get the study that shows meat and vegetable proteins had the same effect on people building muscle. It's not that you can't build muscle on a vegetable protein. It's just that you may end up having slightly less amounts of certain amino acids through vegetable protein than you would by having another type of protein. Just means you might need to eat more. No, that's what I just looked for, ZMTL, and I couldn't find it. I know they showed up with the Banabra, but like I don't want to do that because why aren't they here? That's exactly what I mean. It's just protein per calorie. It's not as efficient. So you'll need to eat more. So like if you don't mind, it's just going to be more work. What the hell is this quest? If you were a vegetarian, you would have no issue because you could just eat whey protein. And that would be like fine. Vegan, I just feel like you just got to work so much harder. You have a spreadsheet for this? I mean, I'm open to counter arguments. I mean, I'm not going to be like a little pup like, no, only I am right. I'm just going by. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find my guy's video here. I mean, the reality is if like you want to get big as a bodybuilder, if you are eating protein and you are exercising and you're doing everything right, you're still going to be better than like 95 to 99% of the people who half-ass their time in their gym and don't even think about their nutrition. You know what I mean? Like there's the important stuff and then like there's the little stuff. And then like, you know, obviously, you know, if you're taking in like, you know, good varieties of like beans and soy and stuff like that, like you'll be fine. Who the hell are these Alterots? You know what? Screw it. Fine. We'll do the Banabra quest. You have vegan protein powder, it's 3 times the cost away. I ended up getting my stuff on sale, and it felt pretty cheap. I got like a ton of pea protein. I think it's pea protein for like really inexpensive. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. Somebody repost this. Thank you, King. Now we got you. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. The only thing... there is a column for Amino acids. Okay, that's good. I'm looking for, like... Here's my criticism. It's a mild criticism, but I think it's a fair criticism, is I don't see there being, like, a control protein. You know what I mean? Like, I would like to see, like, chicken breast or chicken thigh or, like, some, like, beef or something in there for your calories per protein. Column H? I'm in it. But I don't see like a fish or like a salmon. You know what I mean? So it's not like an apples to apples comparison. You know, your point is you can get more than enough protein in through a vegan diet, and I don't think there's anybody here really arguing that. I think you can too. The only point I think I'm making, and maybe other people are making, is it's going to take more calories most of the time, and the quality and variety of the amino acids may not be as high. But maybe we're wrong. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm open to being wrong. I've been wrong before. It would just be interesting as a comparison. And I totally understand vegetarianism. I just feel like veganism would just be like really hard. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just feel like to go full vegan, like it's like such a dramatic lifestyle change over being vegetarian. And I understand the reasons for going vegan. Like, I don't know that commercial dairy or egg production is that much more ethical than just harvesting the animals for their meat. Maybe a little bit more. Certainly in the United States, the treatment of our animals is really bad. Our industrial production is really bad. Worst part about this quest is, like, we need to just go through the whole thing. I mean, some chickens seem genuinely happy just to be making eggs all day long. And I always feel like I get this wrong, but, like, the chicken doesn't need to be a fertilized egg, right? Sometimes they just make the egg anyways. Is that right? Now, a happy chicken eating whatever they want, just laying eggs that haven't been fertilized, I mean, that's not... I don't personally think there's anything wrong with that. That's pretty nice, Bullocks. I'm glad you're doing it. It's just for me, like, I just wouldn't want that lifestyle. I do try to eat, you know, 1 or 2 meals a week that don't contain any meat, if I can. 1 or 2 days. Like, that would be the thing. Like, if I were vegan, and, like, I raised a chicken, like a chicken myself, like I had a pet chicken, and I fed them and I raised them and I treated them well, and I knew, like, they weren't fertilized eggs. That's like my little chicken buddy giving me food. Like, I don't think the chicken would mind. Well, the chicken, I know some chickens do mind. Like, some chickens get mad if you take their eggs. So, like, you gotta, like, trick them with, like, a shiny rock or something like that. But others, if you're feeding them, probably don't end up really care. And I will say there are a good number of meat substitute things out there now that actually are getting pretty good. The only thing that's kind of weird is some of the meat substitute things are also kind of expensive. Which that doesn't make a lot of sense. I guess the money goes into the R&D. Usually, like the little, I don't know how much of a cup a scoop is, but usually a scoop of whey protein is between 25 and 30 grams of protein. I don't know about that 96 grams, unless those are 1/3 cups. Then that would make sense. I mean, I get it. There's no free lunch. How are we on this premium stomachs? I think that's all we need. How many scoops is in an 8-ounce cup? That's got to be at least 3, if not a little bit more than 3. That's a lot of protein. That's a lot of protein in one serving. No free lunch unless it's a hot dog in a desert trailer. It's only going to cost you $50,000 in desert land. If you want an idea, and this is just my theory, I don't know that it's real or not. If you want to know, like, maybe what that could have looked like, what sort of guy my dad could have been like, watch the movie Glengarry Glen Ross. That's it's got some decent actors in there. Golden Boy is back. I'll fix my lighting for the next stream. Don't worry about it. You like it? Just enjoy the variety. I was watching Tyler 1 the other day. I know some people don't like Tyler 1. I don't know why. He's a good entertainer, and especially for as long as he's been doing it, he still puts a lot of effort in. And he was legit fully sitting like in a completely dark room. Like you couldn't see him at all. Like the camera was on, and it was just like a shadowy background. So at least I have some lighting. You don't like his game of choice? I don't really like it either. I have certain, like, interesting, like almost, like, academic questions about it. What makes certain characters much better than others? He was definitely a bad influence, I think. It's an interesting thing, Tossable Salad, like, talking about, like, what is the cause and effect of toxicity? Was he a little toxic? And then he got positively reinforced by his audience to be more toxic, knowing it or not. I think he's gotten less toxic over time. He didn't seem super bad when I was watching him. He still does some really dumb stuff, like he'll try and surrender, like basically, he'll like try and give up basically every match, at least once. He's definitely a little rude sometimes. But I mean, if you read his chat, he's putting up with a lot, man. Unless he's using Chatty, he's got 30,000 people in his chat bothering him constantly. It's miserable. I just want to die. All right, it's done. You got 1% of the size of his audience, just as much bowling. Hard to disagree. Go to his channel. Whatever. Usually starts around 7 p.m. or so. It's not even close. After watching his stream and reading his chat a little bit, it's like, wow, my chat's so nice. It's no problem. Rupert Rogers, I actually, I've heard the same thing. The protein as a percentage of your caloric intake can have some very good health effects. Now, there's that funny post about people like, oh, why is the Monster Hunter community so toxic? And then, like, they look at the League of Legends stream like, oh, actually, never mind. I love the Monster Hunter community. Okay. Thank God this is over. All right, 8 minutes of my life I'll never get back. Hopefully a Cantor is unlocked. I don't know how you unlock him. If he's not unlocked, we're going to have to try and figure some stuff out. I would imagine there's a event quest from, or actually he might be high rank. It says a Cantor feigns XR. It's rarity 10. So. Well, it's got a 1-star DLC, which looks like it's actually easier. Than the G4 one. Not that one. Oh, never mind. Never mind. This one is stronger. How do I unlock this one? I'm accidentally searching with Bing right now, and I hate it. You have to be HR 60 to unlock a Cantor. I am not going to wait for that. We're going to do the event, which is harder. But I don't care. We're going to do that one. Dude, some of the cat events are actually just like straight up terrible. The cat event where you gotta break Duramass's hump really made me rage. Like the comparison for me, Rupert Rogers, because I'm so cheap, is I'd want to see calories per protein as well as price per calorie or per protein. And try and, like, min-max that. Although I can't imagine that vegetarian protein is really that expensive. I know I can get soy super cheap. Like, super cheap. At the Chinese market. But at the same time, you can get whey protein super cheap too. I like this music. What do we need? Fangs? For a Cantor thick spikes. That sounds like that's just a carve. Shouldn't be a problem. Free lunch glizzy is a good cheap source of protein. 100% free. I think hot dogs mostly have... They got a lot of fat in them, don't they? They're kind of fatty. It's going to take a bit. This monster has, for base HP, 18,000 health. Our 3 shots in a row of long might do about 200 damage. Whey is not really food. It's not really food. Send in Miguel. I tried to change my cat's name and it wouldn't let me. There was like some bug with the keyboard. What? How much damage was that? Good to see me keeping up with the quality content. Well, Marcus Tarbet, thank you. We have some fun stuff happening pretty soon. We've got the big Rise update coming out on Steam. We're gonna have some giveaway codes for that. I think Jono sent me 20 codes or so to give away. I'm going to give away 18 of them because I'm going to take 2 of them for myself. Try and stop me. No, I think it's useful though, Rupert Rogers. Like, you know, it's nice having like a variety of proteins because like, as much as we might be like, ooh, I love whey protein, like you can get kind of sick of anything after a while. Can I share what the codes are for? They're for some cosmetic DLC. I think they might be for dogs. I don't know if I could say yet. I'll say that much. I mean, look, here's the deal. It's a free DLC code. You know, and I know, I could drop those things on the ground and you guys would like scatter on your hands and knees, slurping it up with your mouths. So, it's irrelevant what it's for. You want it anyways. God damn it. Big challenge is getting your 5 and 6-year-old to eat enough protein that isn't chicken nuggets. I feel like if you got one of those kids, like, just accept it. I see my sister-in-law freaking out on the regular about her poor daughter and her poor son and, like, what they want to eat, what they don't want to eat. Here's the thing. You care. I'm sure there's always good food that's available if they want to eat it, which the answer is no. They want chicken nuggets. Just let them eat the chicken nuggets. And then as they get older, you can make fun of them and be like, wow, chicken nuggets again? You're going to be a fun date. I mean, they don't always grow out of it. Chaos is literally like your child in an adult's body. You tell your kids you had special chocolate milk and it was whey protein shakes? Actually a good call. Took you 21 years to grow out of it? I mean, so it's something that actually really interests me. Like, do you feel you were born with, like, the physical preferences of only wanting to eat, like, plain chicken nuggets and french fries? Or do you think there was, like, an event, like, your parents were too pushy, or your parents fed you too much chicken nuggets or something that made you that way? Like, where does it come from? Like, where does the craving for bland nuggies nonstop come from? I really want to know. Like, is there even a psychology of it, or is like it's just what I like? Just really like chicken? I mean, it could be worse. You could be like stuck on like eating like plain bread or something like that. I mean, that sounds like a reasonable excuse, though, Kestadon Hashirashi. Do his parents give in, always make the kids what they want instead of putting their foot down? I mean, there's like, you know, if you're giving them an option to eat something and it's been cooked okay and it should taste all right, I don't think it's child abuse. Being like, could you please just eat a chicken breast for once in your life? What happened was an MLN or a deep-seated memory of your father, remember, that pushes you to eat cold beans straight from the can at 3 in the morning. I did not get scammed out of my fortune by bean sellers. I mean, Mox, I mean, I'm mostly of your theory. I mean, I don't have kids. It's none of my good goddamn business. My theory is, like, if they really don't want to eat the food, like, they'll go hungry. Like, will that cause a permanent psychological damage for the child? I guess it's hard to tell. But yeah, my assumption would be eventually they just eat it. Could you have a friend that wouldn't eat kind of potato besides french fries? Sounds real. Yeah, I mean, that sounds very realistic. I bet you there's still a number of adults. You ought to check I didn't inherit land in Mexico. That's fine. The state can have it. That's annoying. How come that roar didn't reach far enough? I mean, I guess the reality is like they're little id goblins, right? Children. And so if they think if they do something that they'll get something that they know they like, why would they ever do something other than just do the thing they know where they'll get something they'll like? Like, they're not necessarily, like, psychologically programmed to be like, oh, let's try new, interesting things that could be good for me. Some people just like that Bootsy, right? I mean, in Darth Plagueis, I feel like there's, like, a good balance, right? Because, like, I get that, too. You know, if there's something that you really genuinely don't like, they're like, Mommy, I hate it. Please don't make me eat that one thing. And they still make you eat it, then that could start causing some other issues. Ooh. Probably would have died there. I mean, I don't know. I never had any food issues. My mom was generally pretty cool about stuff too, so. She wasn't, God love her, a particularly great cook, but she meant well. Ooh. You think kids are spite eating nuggies? I don't know if they're capable of spite. Oh, thank God we've got combos for these. I really didn't eat many beans as a kid. I really didn't. I know there's this theory that, like, I'm some sort of like a bean addict of bean lighting people. Miguel would help here. He's just hitting, like, so hard, guys. It's one thing if I could catch a break and start healing. I mean, okay, yeah. I mean, you know, obviously, if you're somewhere on the autism spectrum or whatever. I mean, a nut is a bean. Yeah, if you're on the autism spectrum, I know definitely they process food in a slightly different sensory way than most people. Is this Freedom Unite? Freedom Unite's got the best version of this guy. Woo! I think we might see him in Ukandos and Sunbreak. It was painful to fight in the iOS port. Wish I had more of a chance to play the iOS port. I never really got into it. Well, I appreciate my cats are like healing their hearts out right now. I'm not gonna get there in time. There's no way. That attack's really annoying, because even if I block it, I still get the defense down. I wonder if that's a one-shot from him. It probably is, because he's got bonus damage. I mean, he's a very relatable monster for kids, right? Like, he's kind of an edgelord. It's warming up. How did I already die 3 times already? This is, Super Acantor? So he deals extra damage and has extra life. He kills me in 2 hits, sometimes 1 hit. Let's revisit some of this. I can escape to Elden Ring soon. It'll be nice to have a little extra variety. But I like Monster Hunter. I never feel bad playing Monster Hunter. This is like my chicken nuggies of video games. My chicken nuggies of streaming. I could eat chicken nuggets every day. Will Elden Ring have more Eternal Ring references than Dark Souls? How many people do you think at From Software still remember Eternal Ring? Or were part of its development? Bum is forcing the streamer to play every day. You gotta play your video game! I'm making you regret eating eggs instead of nuggies for breakfast? You made the right choice. I like Monster Hunter! What are you planning on feeding your child, Master Huntress? There's no reason to just face tank that for no reason. The mom! Wait, hold on, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that line out loud. You almost got me to make a really bad bit, Chaos. And I didn't do it. I did not take the bait. So no damage from him falling down there. This is going better. I wonder how long the quest is going to take. I mean, he's only got 18,000 health. Can't be that bad, right? Oh, shit. You know, that attack always gets me. Follow-up tail from that head attack. Poor cat. I wonder how worth that damage is. I'm assuming the melee combo, even without like any damage skills with red heat, still ends up being better. Oh god, we were gonna upgrade this gun lance. I keep forgetting. How the hell do we do that again? Yukomo G tickets. Just got to do G rank Yukomo quests, right? After this quest, we'll figure that out. I gotta be a little afraid we got that defense down. All right, he does the Chungus fall here. You gotta be careful. That deals damage. That's what killed us last time. I definitely remember that attack, but I can't remember the first time I've seen it. Maybe portable third? Not mad, just disappointed. Math Blaster was pretty good. Like that haunting roar from the distance. You know, the exclusion of Tigrex, Amatsu, a Cantor, and a Camos from 3U stops 3U from being just short of maybe being the best Monster Hunter game ever. I think GU does have high rank of Cantor. I think he was in Generations. Yeah, he would have been. Orange today? It's the lighting from my monitor because I'm in front of this. I'm gonna be extra red. Firefall is ruined. You can't play GU now? Sorry to hear that. I didn't say yellow. I don't really care either way. I look like pizza. I have no idea what that means, but I'll take that as a compliment. Pizza the Hut? That is an extremely dated reference, but you know what? I'll take it. Spaceballs? Yeah. Spaceballs boomer? That's a little boomer. I mean, you're talking about, like, you know, an 80s parody movie of Star Wars. You can still do Hub a Cantor? Well, this is the one we need, I think. '80s definitely had some of the best practical effects and some of the best action heroes. Although there's still some really good stuff nowadays, like obviously Keanu Reeves and John Wick is extremely good, very talented. There's this one movie, I think it was called Nobody. Had the guy like Saul from Breaking Bad. God, what the hell is his name? Bob Odenkirk. Dude, he's good in that movie. He's real good. It makes you wish that, like, he'd never been typecast as a comedian and he'd been given the opportunity to do action movies for his life. You really need to see it, Chaos. No spoilers in chat. Last time we talked about it, somebody, like, posted spoilers. I got real mad at it. Seems John Wick adjacent? Yep. It's definitely got, you know, it's got a little bit of those vibes. But it's a different character, right? Different story. Has some of this, I think it's some of the same creators for John Wick made it. It's called Nobody. I saw it streaming on HBO Max. Your streaming may vary. Worth a watch. And nowadays, the important thing is not what you pay for, it's what you do with your time. And I would say it is worth your time. Advice stream when they're comfy? They're not necessarily my most popular streams. You got a pressing question? Is it that you don't want the advice for yourself? You want me to give it to other people? We've got a lot of video games this week, but maybe in a week or two we can do one. You just want to listen? I just want to be the little voyeur in the corner. There's, GU's got a lot of variety. GU is like all of the variety. Daniel Radcliffe. He gets some interesting roles. He's not stuck as Harry Potter. I think he's done Broadway too. I mean, will people always remember him as Harry Potter? Sure. But that's just until his next big role. I mean, you know. It's not like Sylvester Stallone can only be, you know, Rocky or Rambo. Or Cliffhanger. I'm trying to think of what other big roles he's had. Swiss Army Man? I saw that movie. Good movie. Weird movie. I would say that most actors can only be so happy that they're a household name attached to another character. Hey, at least people know you from something. Better than being unknown. Demolition Man? Yeah. Oh, you know what movie I saw the other day that, like, never really watched? When Harry Met Sally. Actually a fun romance movie, and I usually do not like those types of romance movies. Actually pretty good. Child actor getting the drugs being forgotten? Yeah, that's a good point as well. Yeah, Robert Pattinson's actually a good actor. If you've not seen The Lighthouse, you were missing out. I'm the guy that crashes people's TV. Hey, it's the Optimum guy. Green olives or black olives, Fume? Black olives can be kind of weird and bitter, but green olives are nice. I mean, it almost goes without question that Defoe is just going to be good in everything, right? That guy's a legend. I mean, canned black olives are also don't have any flavor. Haven't seen Antichrist, but my understanding is during the casting of it, I guess there are some nude scenes, and they had to get like a penis double because his penis was too large. It was like not realistic. Yeah. I guess it was distracting. I should watch it. I have not seen it. I have not seen it. Swagnito, thank you. People were picking on me for my lighting today. I'll try and fix this. So we've lasted long enough in this fight to require another cool drink. That's a good sign. When's the Kezu sleeping bag unboxing stream? Can it just be me emerging from the Kezu sleeping bag? Is anti-aerial flare good in this fight? He doesn't fly. But It has its uses even for things that don't fly. So it reloads while giving you a guard point, and then you do a full burst, and then you do a wyvern fire if it's available, and then you reload again with another guard point. It gives slightly increased damage to the shells, possibly to the wyvern fire. And then it gives extreme stagger damage to things that are flying. Like, it will almost always dunk things that are flying. It'll at least cause a flinch for most flying things. The higher levels make it so that your heat gauge goes down less. And then there's also, I think, a reduction to the cooldown for Wyvern Fire as well. If your friend has been in my darkest dungeon for a year, he said he has atoned for his sins. I don't know who that is. Were they banned? That's funny. Yeah, yes, and it will never overheat. Thank you. That's an important point. If you're running artillery, it's actually obviously a lot less useful because it's artillery skill. He was banned? What do you want me to say? Did he make a mistake? Does this look like the face of mercy? Maybe he should have gotten banned. I don't know what people really want from me. Here's my statement on this, okay? I have never regretted banning anyone. Never once. But I have regretted unbanning you. Sometimes that doesn't work out as well. Never been banned? Doing pretty good. There's a progression. But if you ban somebody but they were funny? Well, do I regret it then? They're not funnier than me, otherwise they'd be streaming themselves. Wasn't Pancakes funny? Sometimes he was funny. Sometimes he was just vulgar. Ultimately, though, he was trying to get himself banned, and I'm not giving up my Twitch analytics for him. And you know what? He groveled. Like they all grovel. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to tell me. If they submitted a ban review, and I do not look at those very often. If he submitted a ban, like a ban apology, because like that's a thing on Twitch now, and he has not been unbanned, that's an. I mean, I don't look. First of all, I don't know who it is. Second of all, I don't know what they got banned for. It was either racism, being an incredible dick, or spoiling something in Monster Hunter, and none of those are things that I really want back in the stream. Overherb took one for us? No. No, that's a bad take. The dude who posted ASCII Wieners? You're talking about Hydra? He still comes around. He's not gone forever. Hydra actually like is a real person, like he's not a bot. He is none of those, he is saying. Well, he can try and make the case. You can DM me. I mean, here's the thing. He's banned from Twitch. He's not banned for Discord. Like, he doesn't have to grovel for you. He can grovel directly. Hydra posted Hydras? Yeah. And the thing is like, don't ban Hydra, because then he comes to your channel more often. Oh, god damn it. Tell him to grovel directly. Maybe I'll unban him. I used to have people post an essay before I unbanned them, and then I just stopped unbanning people. But he could try and write me an essay. That's what happens. I think I got that from Moon Moon's chat. He makes you write an essay to get unbanned. Yeah, I love those big ball jokes get bans too. It depends if all right, here's the deal for ball jokes. Do I like you? Was it funny? Do I even know you? There's like a thing here. He posted an essay, but I ignored you. I must have not liked him. Sounds like it wasn't a very good essay. My favorite essays are the ones where it's like, it was a ball joke. Well, it sounds like he made a bad ball joke. He wasn't funny, and I didn't like him. So, if he's watching the stream right now, they can internalize all of those things and just keep them to themselves. Do I like you? Have you ever been timed out before? Have you ever been put on the list? These are things you need to think about. You never did a lot of ball jokes pre-World Air? I mean, you can try it now if you want. I won't stop you. You've been timed out? Okay. Up to you. Don't list you for your thumbnails? You are doing a wonderful, wonderful thing. You literally have a VIP, and it's permanent. It's just like so like apparently there was this thing in Germa's streams where there was this joke where he was like a compact streamer or like a actual tiny person. And it was a funny joke for a while, but eventually it was like the only joke people were making. And he just got tired of it. He just wanted to like have more comedy, like have, you know, from getting rid of him being tiny came the arc of him being like actually like criminally insane. But if you never move beyond him being tiny, you would never get to the joke of him being criminally insane. And so that's just what it is. Like, if it's not funny, if it's not a good joke, if it's just like rehashing like an old comment, like, I don't really care. I'll never be as bald as Moon Moon, and you never know that. Yeah, he's not actually, you know, 3'8". This eventually you just gotta kill the jokes. Unless you make the jokes funny. Or like I said, if I like you. You know, I don't mind. But if you've been listed, if you've been timed out for 2 weeks, if you've been timed out for 2 weeks multiple times, I'd be concerned. I'd start treading a little carefully. Should see me in 2023. Was it a 10-year timeout? 1-year timeout. I used to do that. My favorite thing to do, and Twitch won't do it anymore, and I think I was part of the problem, is you could time people out for an arbitrary amount of time. And so, rather than ban people, which could be unbanned, I would time people out for like 10 billion seconds, which means you don't even show up in the ban list, but you're just like permanently never able to chat ever again. And that's, that to me, there's just a certain beauty in that. There's a certain elegance. Oh, sounds like the ban request was denied. Yeah, sounds like I really didn't like them. Sounds like they really gotta like work harder on themselves. Reflect on themselves and their internet etiquette. It was just straight up denied. Usually I just ignore them and I keep them around. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell them other than I thoroughly dislike them. Sorry. I don't even know who it is, but I don't like you. 4 AM could have been a late stream too. I mean, 4:37 a.m. I mean, whose time zone? 10 billion seconds is nearly 3.5 years. Oh no, that's not enough time. I would max it out. Here's what I would do. I would put a 1 and I would just hold the zeros down until it wouldn't go anymore. This message got this from my moderators? Oh, a smiley face? That's funny. That's actually relatively toxic, just a smiley face. Whatever. Don't get banned. Don't know what to tell you. It's like they can still watch the stream. They can't chat. They can't sub or gift subs. Is he eating me? I'm throwing the ball. Get off. I mean, like I said, usually, like, if you're getting banned here, it's because you've done, like, a racism thing. Like, I think that's, like, literally, like, Twitch TOS. I'm an entertaining human being? I guess. I don't know. I'm just trying to keep, you know, I mean, I want to be entertaining, right? If I gotta constantly deal with people like, wow, the streamer's so bald and orange. I'm like, I don't know you. Like, whatever, get out of my stream. I mean, if it's a genuine misunderstanding, Mixie Log, like, I'm not gonna punish people like that. Only banned people are allowed in the Discord. Your hair is beautiful, thank you. Looking like a Clementine. We got a little interesting color grading today. I mean, I don't necessarily design the chat as like a safe space. Like, you know, I mean, we had those political streams where full on like unhinged Trump supporters were coming in, and I was trying to have like a normal conversation with them. So like, you know, I'm not afraid of it. You missed him talking about your wife, and he was talking about a female character on the screen? Oh, I remember that guy. No, that guy could go eat some dicks. No, I don't even know that. He was in the stream for like 1 minute. He was seriously, it was like a game, like, whatever. What was it? It was like an E3 event or something like that. I don't know who the hell that guy is, okay? Here's my advice to him. Delete your Twitch account, all right? Remove yourself from the internet. Do yourself and humanity a favor and never type anything into a chat room ever again. All right? Because you can't do it, all right? We're all born with certain things. We all end up learning how to walk, how to breathe, sometimes able to communicate. You never learned how to communicate with humans in a proper way, all right? Delete the internet. It's not my problem. It's your problem. It is very much a you problem. I'm surprised you even found a way to get your Twitch account permabanned with that sort of garbage you were typing. But good for you. I guess Twitch has even lower standards than I thought possible. Roasted? Dude, so bad. Some people are just too dumb to be on the internet. He's one of them. Oh, streamer, I'm so sorry. Well, don't say dumb stuff then. I remember this guy now. Oh, no. Man, I don't know if our armor's strong enough to actually beat this guy. This is a super Cantor. I wonder how close he was. It's gonna be all day. You bet his dad didn't spank him enough? I don't think he got enough nutrients in the womb. You know? I don't think he got enough human interaction. I know he didn't get any kindness. It's very possible that he had a nightly routine of like ramming his head into a wall. Get the silver Rathgun Lance? I might upgrade this. He told me to write something, but I don't know if I want to write it. You are 100% right. Yeah. I know I'm right. I'm literally always right, and I'm definitely right about this guy. Like I said, I never regret banning people. I sometimes, if not always, regret unbanning them. Shut up, streamer! You don't know anything about me! He said it's his proudest moment. Do you remember so vividly? I remember lots of things. Have you not heard my incredibly salient details of me getting massively burned at the Dauntless party? I am incredibly petty and very vengeful. So yeah, I remember that. He can enjoy the stream from behind the band border. I don't want his sub. I don't want his money. You can keep it. If anything, maybe spend it on some therapy or maybe like an analysis on his like brain chemistry to find out what happened. Why am I so close to the screen? So it's easier for you to give me a little kiss. You can give me a little kiss on your phone. It's okay. What the hell do I want to do? I want to upgrade this. So I need Yukomo tickets. Let's just double check out here. Okay. What are you known for? Am I the horny chatter? You're the person that plays too many mobile games. Don't play so many mobile games. It'll hurt your head. Are any of these things? Am I dumb? Guys, help me out here. All right, I want you to assume, I know this is a big stretch, that I am incredibly senile. I need Yukomo G tickets. Pretend I'm as dumb as Swagnito's friend, and I need help. What do I want to do? Yukomo status is in hunting. That's not helpful. You're gonna lurk down, hang out with your filthy friend? Just roast him constantly. I mean, you know, the best part to me, the most joy I could have is if he genuinely enjoys my stream and I just genuinely dislike him. I know I need G-Rank Yukomo requests. I need to know which one is one. That's what I need the help with. Yukomo. I don't see any. Do I need to advance one? Probably. Maybe we'll do one of these. Awful guest. Maybe that'll keep going up. One of these is going to go into G rank, right? God, I'm just like sundowning so hard. Well, we don't have any G-Rank ones. I probably should have, but I didn't, and so this is where we are. I hate everything about this. Yeah, I know they come for Yukomo G tickets. We've established that. I need to know how to get to the quest chain to unlock one. Oh, I don't want to do monster guts. Why is this a high rank quest? Who would ever in the right mind ever want to do this? You did it? Who hurt you? Who raised you like that? Where do you even get monster guts from this? Is it from... I don't... You think I have... No, I don't have any in my item box. We just checked. I have to beat the Valstrax village? That's not happening. Spend the rest of the day freaking speed running the village, going through all those gathering quests? No way. No way. I'm too good for that. Honestly, fun playthrough, skipping as much of the village as humanly possible. Did you beat Altal Ka yet, John Shaft? So much. A G2. That sounds like that might be it then. It'll be okay. I mean, whether or not it's going to be okay. I mean, we're stuck here anyway. So. At least we're getting some meaty hinds. I mean, there might be another gun lance we could upgrade to. I don't know. I guess we could also probably try finishing to upgrade our armor. Is this on the Switch or PC? I'm emulating this on the PC, and I'm using a 60 FPS patch to make it run at 60 FPS. You can actually make it run at 120 FPS. That VOD is almost definitely not there anymore. Mox, I wouldn't have saved that one. That would have just been in like an arbitrary. Like I said, it was like either the Game Fest or some. It was one of those things. And if it happened after DMCA time, then it would almost have definitely been purged anyways, even if it was saved. Apparently people are playing music now, but like I have not gotten the all clear from Twitch to do that, so I'm not doing that. Playing with fire? I don't know. Normally I would turn to Devin Nash for his insightful wisdom on it, but he kind of turned into a corn cob with NFTs and cryptocurrencies. So I don't really watch him anymore. I thought he had some really good videos over the years. I think he still has the capability of making good videos, but he's very out of touch. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but like, just read the room. Like, gamers hate NFTs and cryptocurrency because it's taken away their video cards. As soon as we can go, like, ecologically and, you know, hardware impact-free cryptocurrencies, like, whatever. Make as many monkey JPEGs as you want. I'm talking about Devin Nash. And, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I still respect him. I think he still, like, has a lot of really good insight into Twitch as a whole. He's got a good perspective, being in, like, having a marketing background and stuff like that. But for, like, a series of videos, he started to, like, dig his heels in harder and harder and being very pro NFT and pro, like, cryptocurrency, and just, like, it's not something I'm into. Like, I mean, you know, odds are there's at least one person in this chat who's bought or sold cryptocurrency or NFTs. Like, I don't hate you personally. Like, I'm not gonna, like, you know, physically like lay a deuce on your face or whatever, but to me, it's just not worth it. Gamers hated DLC. It just seems like the best case scenario for it, if it were to become popular, is still really bad for video games. All right, best case scenario, you keep your DLC forever. Does that mean it's unique? Nobody else can get it? Does that mean it's super expensive so other people can't get it? Does that mean you spent money on it, but then it's available to everyone anyways, so then the value isn't really there? What the fuck? That's a visual bug. That should not be there. That's weird. I mean, I've not seen that before. I don't know what's causing that. But that's the quest board right there. That looks like a quest box. I've been here before and I've not seen that. Well, the interesting thing is how it's like reflecting in the ground. Huh. Oh, is it gone now? What the hell? What? Huh. No, I'm planning on making the Silver Rathalos gun lance, but I was planning on upgrading my armor first before I did that. Oh, 100% that was like a shader glitch or whatever. No, I know it was there. You can't gaslight me. I know it was there. The interesting thing was how it was reflecting through the ice. I like that. So far, I mean, the playthrough has been relatively bug-free. That's the first real major visual bug I think I've seen. There's a interaction between the FPS mod and like some of the UI stuff. And I don't think there's really any way of fixing that. I don't think. Well, I don't want to say there's no way of fixing that. There's definitely a way of fixing it, but I don't think anyone's ever going to do it. Yeah, so like, I don't play at 120. I can barely tell the difference at 120 anyways, but at 60, it's like, 120, things are just like tweaking out, like things are flashing. Like I was concerned people like, if anybody was like epileptic sensitive, like I was actually worried it could cause some issues, so I turned that off. You have no issues with menuing and Rujinx? What does Yuzu do wrong? Everything's fine in Yuzu. All the flags were incandescent. I saw Hyrokin's stream and he had that issue. Playing in a CRT at night? The thing is, like, I've got actual lighting on this side. Just on this side, I just have my my monitor. So yeah, it's a little bit like that. I guess that wasn't the quest chain. Okay. Huh. Let's see if we can trade for it. I know we can't, but let's just go look. Let's go look at it. When I become a ring lightlet, I might get another light. You might see me on the next stream with some different lighting, Archer guy. Thing is, like, I don't really like bright lights in my face. It's nice of them that they gave me so much honey. I don't really have to worry about it. It's uneven, half lit, half not. I mean, I could go full unlit. Do you want to go full, like, lights off spooky mode? I could try that if you want. Be like a real shadow goblin. Do it. I don't want to get up. That would involve me standing up, and I don't want to do that. Do that and wear a hoodie. Ignore chat. Bring out the blue Yeti. Somebody said it was like early, like 2007 streams and not 2000. What would have been 2017 streams? I'll make it like that if you want. So they do let me get armor spheres now. That's pretty neat. Oh, I've got a lot of points too. I could turn on another light, and the lighting will be better. But then everyone's going to make fun of my shiny head, and I want to deal with it. I'll just have to permaban everybody that bothers me about the shine on the head. And do you want that? You want to see your fellow chat members die? I don't want to do it. Just turn the camera off. And then people complain about that. Where's the camera, streamer? I was taking pictures with your dad and I got lodged up his ass. Sorry about that. Should probably call the doctor. That'll be my response. No, we got some upgrades. Golem gunlets might be easier to make. It's the same as we're allowed to compliment your extremely shiny forehead. If you say a nice thing, it's okay. If you say, "Wow, streamer, your skin looks so smooth and moisturized," you can say it that way, and I'll be okay with it. I just want long 5. I'm gonna look at my choices again. The Geochris is actually pretty okay, except it doesn't get a slot, which I think is a problem. It's a problem. I need 1 slot for what I want to do. So, Legiacris doesn't count. Although, I really do kind of like the Legiacris Gunlance. Baroth Reloader kind of sucks. It only gets green sharpness, and it doesn't really pair well at all with Razor Sharp. Celtis is okay, but, I mean, it's water. Who cares? Sregios is kind of okay. It does get native purple and a ton of white. Like, I'll never be out of white. But the raw is really low. It's only 280. Silver Rathalos we can't make yet. Ucanlos Gunlance. No slot. Celestial we can't make. That's the silver one. We could make Bracky, which does get white and a whole lot of blast, which would make up for the lack of raw. That's pretty much it. So what, light break is what? Is that normal? Bracky? Well, we could. I mean, I really don't like fighting Bracky, though. And it's a raging Bracky at that. Golem looks okay. Did you hear what I said about wanting a long 5? Is that a long 5? Is it a long 5? I don't care about it. If I'm going to look at long 4, I'll look at long 4 for a side grade until we get there. Golem's okay. It's got 340 raw and long 4 with 2 slots. Wasn't there like a really good, was it Blaganga Gunlance at one point? Regios is long 5, but the raw is so low. It's not really much of an upgrade from what I have. I do like the Chameleos Gunlance to a certain extent. Although he's not going to be unlocked yet either, is he? What is this? Gird Sting. Flamethrower, no slots. Authority Gunsen looks pretty cool with the Research Gunlance. Although we probably need like special endgame tickets for that. Almost definitely. Saltus Gunlance is really good for a water Gunlance, but I'm not really necessarily looking to go out of my way to make a bunch of elemental ones. Valstrax is actually kind of interesting. It would be weird, though, because I would end up dropping Razor Sharp. But it's actually not bad. What do I need for final Research Gunlance? All Firestones, Altal Gold Cocoon, Altal Ka Perfume. How does that compare to Seditious? I think it's only got 10% more raw, though. No, maybe the purple is worth it. Maybe I would just go... the issue with the Baroth is it's only in green. God, that's like 30 more raw. What does that mean? Oh, that needs gold Rathian stuff? Jesus Christ. It never ends. Is there a way for me to fight Chameleos? Because I will make his Gunlance. That is a perfectly acceptable Gunlance for a little while. Yeah, there's almost definitely an event for him, right? I should get gaped a little bit less than I was getting gaped earlier. This has 330 raw, 30 poison, and a decent chunk of white sharpness with 1 slot. And long 4. No, I don't have Cammy. I'm only 34. Might show up at 40 or 50. $35, really? Man, that'd be funny if we beat him here and then he just like shows up. I really love the Chameleos weapons anyways. They look really nice. Oops. I wanted a Psycho Serum, and I am using the wrong everything. This isn't Monster Hunter World? What if it was, though? Chat, is this Monster Hunter World? Just work together to, like, collectively gaslight someone. So he's definitely an event Chameleos, because he just kind of kicked my ass. He's small, but he's powerful. He did a lot of damage just walking. But that's like literally a story of Elder Dragons in this game. I was walking and then you died. Is he easy as Elder to fight? For my money, I'd say either Chameleos or Kieran, depending on the game, depending on the weapon. Oops. He's got one attack he does when he's in rage, where he just like freaks out. Have I fought low rank Cammy yet? I don't think so. I think it's my first time fighting him. Gadek, Kush, Tio, and Chameleos all unlock at 35. No, that's yeah. When's a Cantor and a Canless show up? Nobody bully me. Stop. Nobody bully me. I did my best. Yeah, it's Super Chameleos. Yes. Could you tell? HR 60? All right, we got a while. We got a little bit. What do I need? I mean, I just need to get one more HR. Just find something to kill, I guess. It doesn't even have to be like a particularly hard quest. We just need the HR points. What's that quest for? Anti-aerial flare 3? Maybe we'll start working towards that because we've got nothing else to do. I found a GameFAQs post. That's just the question, and nobody answers it. See ya, Rimuka. Thank you for stopping by. Tablet-friendly spreadsheet. Styles, arts. G4, Death at My Greaves. I don't see it. G3 Hyper Nursilla. Okay. That should be enough. Might take a shock trap. I like this music. Temnoseraphobia. It says G3 Hyper Nursilla and G4 Hyper Gravios. I thought Nursilla would be more enjoyable than Hyper Gravios. Yes! What? You son of a bitch! That should have gotten you knocked down. Oh, I'm so mad. Yeah, whatever. Just pull me up. Dude, that was perfect. I got the full burst off after doing some damage. Hyper monsters don't care. It's like a massive modifier, though. I mean, you're right. I was like 10 frames away from being able to survive that. It was like remarkably close. Well, it's okay. I mean, I just bring them now because I'm not going to rely on rations anymore. Maybe waddling away would have been safer. I don't know. I know it turns around to face you most of the time. I don't think you could jump off while you're falling asleep. I don't think you could fall off while you're drowsy. If that's what we want to call that status effect. G rank really that hard? Hyper monsters without fully upgraded armor, or just in general, can be pretty tough, yeah. I would say, in some ways, the G rank in GU is harder than the G rank in Iceborne. The hardest of the hardest content in GU is some of the hardest quests in the series, barring the fact that you have all like the little cheat abilities that the game gives you. But from like a sheer stat perspective, you know, a lot of the endgame monsters here are very stacked. That's why I'm like, I feel like there's going to be a similar philosophy for Sunbreak. At least in terms of like difficulty and balancing. It's the part where chat accuses me of copium. Bloodbath is reasonably difficult, but I feel like he's actually better balanced. Like, as long as you run earplugs, it's really safe. Really safe. All hypers and deviants are difficult for you? They're hard fights. You know, I mean, this will probably take... it's going to take some time. I mean, the guy's stacked on health and doesn't flinch for anything. I 100% believe in Suzuki. I just want to get this locked. I think Lance is fine. What do you not like about Lance? Other than spiral thrust being, or whatever that corkscrew attack is, being a little bit boring. Gun Lance needs some... Maybe Suzuki was a Gun Lance main. This is so dumb. Just making it interesting. I feel like they're going to give us a little bit more flexibility in changing our wirebug arts. I was facing the wrong direction for that attack, Goat Muffin, so he got me. I mean, I think... possibly buffing the insta-parry attack on Lance would be really interesting. I don't know necessarily that they need to make the window more generous, but maybe they should, because the parry window is so generous on Longsword. Why does it need to be like so like grindingly difficult to get perfect parries on it? I mean, it's really cool when you get it off. Maybe make it less punishing if you don't get it. I don't know. I mean, Anchor Rage plus Spiral Thrust is probably bordering on broken. If you got the 3 Wyvern Bugs up. I mean, normal counters on Lance obviously are fine. It's just the... special counters have issues. Zeravius, good night. Doesn't seem that late for you. Early morning? See, I almost didn't even counter that because I didn't think that would hit. Nuzcraft, hello. I really get the sense that we're going to see a very different longsword in Monster Hunter 6, whatever it's going to be. I don't think the other team is going to want to play those games with longsword the same way. So, all right, what we just saw was what makes Hyper Monsters so scary. Is that normally if you're used to parrying a thing, the timing is always the same. But Hyper Monsters can delay their attack and charge it up so it deals more damage. So you have your muscle memory of what the attack normally is. And then every once in a while, they pull something out that it's a different timing. And it's interesting. It's an interesting thing because it makes it so that your normal monster moveset is in a way more varied because they can come out faster, they can come out slower. But at the same time, it's like when it's not guaranteed, right? Like when it's random. Outside of just playing safe or just playing dumb aggressive, how else are you supposed to conform to it, you know? I told you! I told you we'd get it. Vicissium, I mean, believe it. I mean, it's a very good gun lance. It really, really is. We're working on upgrading it. It's so much damage. Do we even have antidotes? That was dumb. This was a G1 gun lance and had 290 raw. And level 4 long shelling. How crazy is that? That's not even fully upgraded. That's within striking distance of, like, honestly, I mean, obviously it's missing one really great thing, you know, like 330 raw or 3 slots or purple sharpness or long 5. But it gets really close to being the best in case for all of those things. So, like, I'm a little mixed in Hyper Monsters. On one hand, it's nice to have something that could stand up to, like, actually getting whacked so much. But on the other hand, like, actually staggering it and then, like, understanding, like, counter timing and positioning and stuff like that, to some degree, just kind of goes out the window. Like, it's not a surprise that they didn't bring them back. A, because there were no Hunter Arts in World, but B, it was an experiment that maybe wasn't perfect. That was like a backwards guard point. That was kind of cool. Frenzy was better. Because Frenzy felt like a normal monster, just stronger. And they look cool. Temporal Mantle. Absolute evasion. Oh, what if we got that, though? Vicery, hey, welcome back again. Did you get the biggest damage number? I think they were working on that, like... That wasn't quite a week ago. But almost a week ago. Welcome to the sheep herd! Come on. I wonder if that counted as being aerial for him for whatever reason, because he was like on his hind legs. Come on. He's not even, well, I'm not going to say he's not even close, but I'd be surprised even if he was at 50%. I don't even think he's that close. Drop those subs and help me lactate! Get a little slurp off of this shit milk. How am I feeling? I'm feeling pretty good today. I'm sorry I started the stream so late, but my physical condition is great. I really need, you know, you ever feel just like really tired sometimes? Like, man, I'm tired. That's how I was feeling. So I just needed a little extra sleep. And now I'm feeling great. So. We've got a good stream tomorrow. We're going to play some Monster Hunter Rise with new events, some of which I've never done before. That's new content. That's something. There's nothing really worth doing, but it's nice to have stuff to do. Then after that, it's going to be Elden Ring, and that'll be fun. Feeling great and looking great. Very moody lighting today. The last 3 hours? We could probably do some fun things with it, though. Watch me play Elden Ring? I'm gonna play as the weird little, there's like a prisoner guy or something. I think I want to play as him. I want to be careful here, because he is hyper, he could kill me. Was that weird? You watch anyway, it'll be me? Thank you. I don't know if we're going to be the absolute first streamers to get it, but we're not going to be the last. But this is definitely, like, this is not... We do not have the 1 week early access. Today is a palindrome. 2/22/22? In 200 years, it'll be a true palindrome. An attempt was made. My boy Gold. Oh, I don't know that Asmongold knows who I am. I would be very surprised if he has. I guess if you ever really got into like Monster Hunter. I mean, he likes Souls games. I mean, you know, Souls could be a gateway drug for Monster Hunter fans. Not to go down this well-overtread path of discussion, but there is something there. Show your soul streamer. Well, I mean, Apex Seregios might be nice because, like, you might just be hitting his legs, which is a good spot anyways. We just recently completed a Dark Souls 3 playthrough plus DLC on the YouTube channel. That was fun. Before that, we did a Neo 2 playthrough. It was like our third one. That was fun. This is Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, which is kind of sort of Monster Hunter Double Cross. Usually if I do a Bloodborne stream, I'm going to beat the game in one sitting. It's usually not like a speed run, but it's like a speed walk. Wonderful game, just not very long. Probably my favorite From Software game. After Poki Poki Outer Village. Haven't heard from the speedrun.com mods in your run. They probably thought you were trolling. Based on how you wrote your description up there, so. Thank you for the stream. You're very welcome, Pepperoni Pizza. No, Neo's Fist is too powerful. It would not be good for Monster Hunter. We cannot contain that power. What do I keep doing? No, it's really, look, there's no question it's a powerful weapon. It's a very powerful weapon. You wrote a very professional note to them. I'm fairly certain you put in your application for submitting it no turbo, which I guarantee you they did not take well. I wouldn't even consider Neo. Are we talking about Neo dual blades as in like the twin swords in Neo 2? Oh, you didn't actually say that. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, then, I don't know. Maybe message them. Be like, hey. I mean, at this point, that run's got to be like, what, 2 weeks old? You could probably submit the new one. Didn't we have a faster run the other day, almost sub 7? Oh, oops. That's not good. I don't know. I would not be surprised if they saw my run, my submission, they just immediately denied it. Although I think you should probably be able to see if you go to the submission page, you could see your pending reviews. I don't know. No, that's not true. I have not always submitted my own reviews. I used to have another guy that would submit reviews for me, runs for me. There's no rule on the leaderboard that you have to submit your own runs. You know, their main thing about turbo is they don't know whether it's turbo or not, and they don't want to spend the time or resources to determine if it is really, and that there's no official guideline from speedrun.com on whether or not there's any way of doing it. Speedrun.com says no turbo allowed in general, although I'm pretty sure I've seen some boards that say it's okay. They're just not interested in it. It's fine. Whatever. I'm not a mod. Didn't want to be a mod. No pending runs? Did they nuke it out of existence? Don't know what to tell you, man. Who makes these rules anyways? Moderators. I don't know. Who chooses the moderators? I don't know. I don't know the answers to any of your questions. Do you believe there should be truth and reconciliation in the moderation process for speedrun.com? Could have killed us there. Showed mercy. Yeah, I mean, if I have a run, I'd like for it to be on the leaderboard, but like, whatever. Can't have everything, I guess, right? All I know is I liked it when Howden King was a moderator. I was talking to Jal over Discord the other day. I will not talk about the contents of our conversation, but I did talk to him. Casually? I mean, I don't normally talk to people casually out of my own Discord or stream anyways. Is this emulator? It is. So rough. I know it's close to dying. I could have sworn I had trank bombs. would be done by then. I mean, look, I don't necessarily have any issues. I mean, look, do I have a, I guess call it a professional disagreement? Sure. Do I think it could have been handled better? Yeah. Whatever. It's just an opinion. It's just a leaderboard on an internet for a speed run that only some people care about. I'm not going to communicate with Asterix Ampersand because for all I know, he's on his last shred of sanity. He's going to try and take it out on me. That guy is really unhinged. Woo! Just submit a bunch of runs that blatantly abuse Turbo? I mean, those runs have already been submitted, though. Not by me. I just feel bad for all the people that want to get into, like, Monster Hunter modding and, like, that being, like, the point of entry. Unhinged? He only publicly / privately encouraged for me to die in a variety of ways. Amongst other things. But that was probably the worst of it. Was this over Turbo? Sure. I think so. I mean, so, like, the argument is like, so say, like, Usain Bolt can sprint, like, whatever, 100 meters in 8 seconds. That's the fastest recorded performance that anyone's ever done that. I have no idea if that's fast or not, but let's just go with that. 100 meters in 8 seconds. And then every other person that started running would always do 100 meters at 8 seconds. And you're like, wow, how are you running as fast as Usain Bolt? Like, do you train as him? Do you not do anything like him? Anything else like that? You're like, nah, man, I'm not using performance-enhancing drugs or shoes or anything else. It's just all natural, buddy. That's what we're talking about Turbo. We're talking about inputting the button at the limits of human capability continuously for, like, several hours, if not several hours and several days at a time. I mean, here's the thing, John. Anyone's welcome to do their own independent testing. I gave my methodology out. If they really wanted, you can do the testing, compare the results yourself, and then submit them and be like, wow, that's what it looks like. The question is not whether or not 81 frames is the lowest input time for, you know, the test that I did. That's without question. That's true in every aspect of testing it, both on the Switch and on PC. The question is whether or not a human is capable of firing at that rate on a regular basis or not. That's it. Did I seriously not get a hunter rank up for that? That was so hard, though. You know, the first video I had, I didn't have complete information. And, like, I'd admit all day long, like, that was not a perfect video. The second video, though, every time I'm ever worried that I made something wrong, I go back and check the results, and I'm like, oh, I'm more right. So, I got no regrets on that one. That one's, like, all in, man. Why don't you take a screenshot of it, Mox, so you just don't feel like you're getting gaslit? Just to remind yourself for later. Second one was perfect. Stop it. Stop it. And I'm on the page, like, I would, if there were a vote, if there was a like a round table and I was on like a voting member, I would vote to allow turbo. I'd say just allow it. I said people are going to use it, and the moderators don't want to try and go through the burden of trying to prove whether or not somebody used it or not, then just say it's allowed. Just let it happen. You know, there's arguments from people like half coordinated and whatnot. There was apparently I made that video in like May. Over the summer, there was an entire like firestorm. I don't think I started it. But there was an entire firestorm over the summer over like turbo usage in speedruns. I don't know if I did it or not, but I was certainly towards the beginning of people talking about it. And then a lot of people came out with like, you know, saying like, you know, you could hurt yourself and stuff like that doing that. And I agree, like, you know, like, a lot of people are just doing this for a hobby. Like, they're not even doing it for a living. And they're hurting themselves. The argument, Bassman Ringo, is speedrun.com categorically does not allow turbo usage. But my understanding is that's not necessarily the case, but I don't know. I think it's a good discussion to be had. I mean, here's the thing, like and this has always been my point anyways, like the reason we're streaming video games, the reason we're doing speedruns is to challenge ourselves, but also to entertain other people. And so the question is does it hurt or help the entertainment of people of whether turbo is being used or not? Because for some people, they want to see the fastest run possible. No matter what, no matter situations, no matter the DLC and everything else, just give me the fastest run if you got to use turbo. Other people, they want to be like, well, I want to see what's real through normal human ability with like normal settings. I don't want any turbo, I don't want any DLC, I don't want any glitches, stuff like that. And there's nothing right or wrong about either of those, right? They're both very valid points. But I think there's a certain amount of respect you should give your audience in that if you are running something or doing something in a certain way, that they should know. I mean, you should be able to tell them, and they should be able to have that confidence, because it wouldn't be fair. You know, it wouldn't be, I mean, what if I told you this entire time, like I had a paid actor playing Monster Hunter for me? Like I've been playing Monster Hunter for like the last 2 years. Just have some guy in the corner playing through like with a little remote. Some of you would be like, ha, that's so funny. Some of you would be really disappointed, you know? Either way though, it needs to be on the same playing field, because, you know, whether you want to admit it or not, the runs that are done without glitches, that are done purely through own human ability, have a little bit more of like that sort of like engagement factor, right? So like task runs that are like seriously like, you know, save, reload, are perfect, but they're not necessarily exciting to watch because you know the person maybe made that attempt like 100,000 times. Very cool. Twin Brother's been streaming this whole time? He's perma-stuck in Platinum tier in League. He doesn't got time. I know I'm playing Monster right now. You don't. But again, like, that's just my opinion. You know, no one needs to agree with it. I'm only 3066. I hold no authority on this platform in Monster Hunter or speedrunning or anything. I just try to entertain my chat as best I can. That's all I can do. Which gun lance is this? This is the G-Rank alternative line for Yukomo gun lance. It's actually incredibly good. If you were to do a gun lance playthrough and you got the G-Rank, I would say this is the gun lance to make. I mash the buttons and I wiggle the stick. I do a good job entertaining you. I'm glad. That's all I want to do. No! Almost got it. That being said, for whatever reason, and maybe it's just the internet, maybe it's just human nature. Like you can't separate speedruns and competition and communities like that without drama. And as rough it is as in Monster, I mean, it's nothing compared to other communities. What makes this gun lance so good? 290 raw, usable white sharpness, and long 4. It's not perfect in any way, but I was able to make this at G1. And I'm still using it. That's how good it is. Like, I look at other upgrades, I'm like, it's not worth it. Why would I use those? I gotta actually make something? I'm gonna make the Chameleos gun lance, but I need to unlock Chameleos first. It's pretty, again, G1. Okay, not G2, not G3, not even G4, G1. Now, the only thing is you have to do an event quest to gather some Fusium ore early on. That's not really a big deal. No, Baker the Hut, the timing is very tight on Adept. By design. Oh no. I don't know why I got intimidated by a Great Macau. But I'm like, ooh. I got a little distracted. Did I update the list of monsters you killed? It's pretty close to being updated. It might be missing a couple, but it's about right. Adept Bow is really good. I don't think you really lose much either. Did I promise to update it Monday? It is updated for Monday. I'm just saying I maybe didn't update it since I updated it on a Monday. The reason it didn't even have GU on the list. That's what needed to get changed. I'm just going to say I blame Macau. I take no responsibility in it. And he just dunked the Rathian, too. Glad I'm having fun playing the best game in the series. If you ignore Village, it's okay. Honestly, overheating should have just put you in a state where you get a stronger Wyvern Fire to encourage you to shell enough to get all the way up there, because God knows you're not shelling for the damage. So Ashen Lao and GU, there are few... Technically no subspecies, only rare species, right? I'll say low rank hub is actually not even that bad, Stygian Wolf. Yeah, I don't know what you're smoking in chat to be like, we had one Lao, why not a second Lao? Yeah, good call. Should ledges be removed, yes or no? I think they're fine. Add some verticality to the map. So if it's not a deviant, and if it's not the very few rare species in the game, I think it's just, was it silver, gold, and then what else? I love the little needly fart. Definitely didn't miss a Canless. We actually did a couple of Cantor attempts earlier, but we were doing Super Cantor, and he was slapping my butt cheeks. So, that was unfortunate. Right now, I'm working on unlocking normal Chameleos so that I can make the Gun Lance. So we can make some of our other things a little bit more reasonable to do. I really should just cave and just unlock the barrage helmet. There's just like so many Prowler quests I need to do, and I'm just like really dreading that. Raging Bracky is in this game, yes, that would be a rare species. You gotta stop. Raging is a variant. So what if it is? Well, Shrouds, you're here. Barrage Head is locked behind Prowler quests. It's locked behind guild quests. Sorry, arena quests. Some of which are locked behind Prowler quests. What? I don't know where all my dung bombs were. It's the world's longest Wyvern Fire. That was almost, that felt like it was longer than a normal, like, Greatsword level 3 charge. You don't need to S-rank everything, though, to get the Barrage Piercing. I think you just need to get one weapon at A rank. I have not made Garuga Dual Blades yet. This is a Gunlance playthrough on GU. I keep getting all these sick dunks, and then Macau takes them away from me. What if monsters took damage when they fell? Took a little bit of bonus damage and knocked him to the ground. This is the worst rendition of Gunlance. Technically, if you manage the heat gauge well, I think it does slightly more damage than 4U Gunlance. I mean, I don't know, man. It's not good. It's certainly not. It's a lot of fun. Valor mode is really interesting and helps make up for some of the shortcomings. Dunk coins? I would gladly sign up for dunk coins. There almost definitely is actually probably a dunk coin cryptocurrency. My favorite so far recently has been Madoff coin. How is it people can think that they're going to be the currency of the future when the most common launches of cryptocurrencies now all end up being like scam coins? I don't understand. Like, how do you reconcile that? I mean, at this point, there's the idea of, it's not gullibility. You know what it is? Is they always think, the people that lose their money in those bets, they think they're the ones that are going to be able to screw everyone else over first. No, it's literally a coin named after Bernie Madoff. Yeah. like a Conchu flying through the air just now. I get greed. Desire to gamble. I mean, I guess either's probably a reasonable guess. I mean, it's not ironic. I mean, the people that launched it clearly had the full intention of robbing people of their money, and then they did. Gambling motivation is greed also? So even though gambling is usually done on the basis of winning or losing money, I feel like there's a different thrill of gambling. Winning or losing, I think, is what it comes down to more necessarily than just purely money. Like, you look at that, that documentary that got made of Michael Jordan, right? And, you know, he was going through his life, and he was clearly really into gambling. He didn't need any money. He didn't care about the money at all. Money was inconsequential. He could have been betting, $1 or $5, or he could be betting $100,000. He just wanted to play something and win. Documentary is very... Oh, yes! Gacha addiction is similar to gambling addiction? I mean, it's gambling. There's no difference. That would have gotten me a dunk coin. And we just minted our very first dunk coin. Now, I mean, I think I'm of the opinion that if there are, RNG style rewards within a video game, that stuff's got to get treated like gambling. It's got to get rated MA. I mean, I'm not saying you can't make games with that in it, but like you shouldn't have kids playing those games. It messes up their brain. That's not good. That's just like manipulating human psychology. And like maybe it's not 18, maybe a 13-year-old could handle it. I don't know what the age is. Like Charms you have to pay money for. Charms is just time. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Only if you could spend real money on it. There's no exchange. Shep coins are defunct. There's zero value in a Shep coin. There's RNG, but you don't put money in it. Freaking kidding. I'm 210 away. Stream setup seems different. I'm a little sleepy, so I turn the lights down a little bit. This is sensual mood lighting. What is happening? I'm trying to get to 35 so I can fight Chameleos. And I keep killing weaker and weaker monsters, thinking like I don't want to round over too far. I will kill a ketchup watcher. Counter-Strike gambling on Steam. I mean, that was bad because that was like legit advertised to kids. And then also like 100% the people doing it knew they were like manipulating people into the gambling. Am I enjoying my GU experience? I don't think I could ever enjoy GU as much as you did, Kinezes, but I mean, that's okay. It's fun playing a weapon that isn't necessarily stupid broken. For which Valor actually feels kind of balanced. A little bit of a later stream today, but we also started a bit later. Big thing is just get rid of the village. Just don't do the village. I don't mind the heat gauge. I mean, part of it is because I'm running like a setup that is okay with artillery, and artillery makes it a lot easier to manage the heat gauge. Just don't fight I barely fought any hypers in my playthrough. Hypers could be better. Can you guild Slapstick and GU? Slapstick was introduced in World. Strongest weapon in 3 GU. I feel like balance was pretty good in that game. Oh, lancing without shell in general. I mean, it's hard to say slap lance when you don't have the slap in the game. You need to shell no matter what, because you need red heat. Do you need to run anything else? I guess you could always run the armor skill that maxes out your heat gauge. Great sword's very good. Yeah, a lot of times it doesn't feel like the deviants are worth the grind, does it? I guess you don't want to grind any decos, or if you just got a really good talisman anyways, could be okay, I guess. One good elemental sword shield, or the best elemental, yeah, that's true. If you want, like a deviant sword and shield, if you're using like Striker or Alchemy or something. I'm just here to murder you, Ketcha. Ooh. Ooh. It's so good using this ability for its like actual intended use, which is dunking things. What am I playing this on? I am emulating this. I'm using the Yuzu emulator. Ryujinx is a more popular emulator for it, but Yuzu just worked better, so for my setup. There's a reasonable time for a G rank quest with a still not maxed out gun lance. Is there an image quality difference or FPS difference between this and the Switch version? It feels like the resolution does make it look a little bit cleaner, but not dramatically so. And then, yes, you can run it at a higher FPS. If you multiplayer with Amio, you can on Ryujinx. I don't think you can on Yuzu. Oh, we did get the dunk. Like when obtain a ROM for GU, you hack your Switch, and you could rip it off of there, and then you also need your keys database as well for that. You're gonna feel like Neo when you're hacking into your Switch. It gets pretty intense. Carry you with hypers? I can only carry you in spirit because I'm on Yuzu as well. I like how happy he is. Now he's mad. $210 points. Come on. Is Yuzu ever getting multiplayer support? I'm sure the developers want it. I don't know. I mean, go to their website. Maybe go to their Discord. They probably have a post about it. Multiplayer always feels like it's like the hardest thing to set up in these sort of things. Okay, good. Well. Oh, it had it, but then they removed it to avoid Nintendo getting them. Interesting. This kind of, just shows up very unceremoniously, huh? That's kind of funny. Yeah, I think this is the route we're gonna go. This is gonna be like a mid upgrade because then I think I'm eventually gonna upgrade to silver anyways. I don't think I'm gonna beat the game with this weapon. I guess I could, but cave. Presumably Overlord Dean because they made the decision of like not rattling the cage. I don't blame them. Is there a reason the Ryujinx developers feel so confident in keeping it in their version? What letters are this game? MHGU? What? That is not correct. That is substantially less damage than Super Chameleos. Oh my god. Am I playing Monster Hunter 4U and streaming out of the Monster Hunter World tag? This is Monster Hunter World. This is the Chameleos that was always there. I remember being really upset on launch that we did not have Chameleos in Monster Hunter World. Why am I so zoomed in? So I'm closer on your screen if you want to give me a little kiss. That's okay, I won't tell. It's possible that Rusted Kushala was something that they worked on, but just never finished because of coronavirus. Does your wife know you're flirting with your chat? Don't worry, precious stones. I don't have any concern that you know what flirting is or what it looks like. His music was half muted. What was it quiet like when he was invisible? I like his theme. I like him. I'd like a remix of his theme along with like Great Macau. That might be really fun. Okay. This is very cool and very good. I remember that now. Yeah, it sounded like you were listening to his music like from like a room over, kind of. I'm getting like poison all over the place. This sucks. Do you think of Nergigante as a cat? I never really thought of Nergigante as a cat. That's not like my headcanon of him. It's a weird looking cat. I know he's got claws. Does that mean he's a cat? Bears have claws. They're not cats. He does have solid beams. A little bit more like a hedgehog. He kind of acts like a cat. He rubs himself on things. That's cat-like behavior. Well, Magnamalo is definitely cat-inspired. I mean, with cats, I always assumed it's because they were spreading pheromones, but for Nergigante, I just assumed, like, he was itchy. Well, an attempt was made. Oh, God damn it. Damn. You scratch your head. Do you scratch your head by rubbing on objects around your house or in public? Yeah, he took my mega nutrients. It's a little unfortunate. And he left a gnarly fart in the zone entrance. Now he just leaves anyways. He's such a troll. You rub your back on the ground? Sounds like at least 50% cat then. That's something a cat might do. Well, that's more like a dog maybe. I don't know. The timing on that was really weird for the Wyvern Fire. Like, really weird. Nurg also gallops very cat and backyard-like. I guess I've never seen a galloping cat before. That's a thing? Oh wow, actually defended that. A little bit of a scamper. I guess it depends on the cat. I mean, they do all sorts of weird things. That's why they're cats. Volcano, I mean, Volcano looks like a horse. Kind of like an ice unicorn, kind of. Been playing Tokenin while watching GU. Needed a break. What weapon have you been using mostly in Tokenin? Tokenin 1, right? It's only one. It's only one card. No, I get. No, I mean it's like yeah, like more like a griffin or like a kind of like a unicorn. I guess a unicorn needs to have wings that fold over its body, right? Did I play Tokenin Kiwami? No. I think I played Tokenin on the Vita. And I played Tokenin 2 on Steam. There was a real creeper that came in for the Tokenin on Steam, guys. There's like this village shrine priestess. Like literally canonically in-game, she's like 11 years old. And somebody's like, she's so cute. I'd love to date her. It's like something real creepy like that. And then I just had to stop playing it after that, I'm like, all right, we're mainlining the game. Don't want to be around this. Don't want to be near this. I mean, my impression of Tokenin is somewhat boring monsters with extremely interesting weapon mechanics. Not necessarily interesting, complicated. Complicated in a good way? I don't know. Sometimes it just feels complicated for the sake of being complicated. But if you like going through the puzzle of figuring out a weapon, Token's pretty okay at that. No, I mean, her physical age and her spoken age was like 12. No, it wasn't like one of those things like, ooh, I'm actually a 1,000-year-old dragon princess. No. Monsters, for the most part, are just dying in that game. I don't know if those hit. "37-year-old mid-20s streamer?" If by that you mean I am physically 27. That is some crap. That is crap. You meant in the other direction? I don't think I normally see that. I mean, in some anime, they'll be like a second year in middle school, but they'll clearly be moving and acting like somebody who's like a young adult. I've seen that before. Tokenin is yokai? It's like almost exclusively like yokai and oni. Is Josuke supposed to be 14 years old? That's weird. Sure, Hyper's for a better weapon? I'm farming Chameleos for a better weapon. I hope it goes well. He does not act like a 14-year-old boy at all. But, I mean, that's, you know... Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the parallel to the 1,000-year-old dragon princess, right? You gotta have one side and then the other. This map is the worst to get around. I should have grabbed a map. I don't know what I was thinking. They both seem like they were probably supposed to be high schoolers within the JoJo canon universe. Or like within most anime conventions, they would have been high schoolers. It's herbal medicine, that's not a life powder. We've had too rough of a stream today. I don't want to die again. So, I'm sure that has a tell, but for the life of me, I can't figure out what the hell it's supposed to be. I think at the end, JoJo's 40 at part 6 or part 8. Would you consider that a spoiler, Brian? He cannot steal your power armor talent in this game. Still waiting for a response, not really getting one. Spoiler from 2013? Didn't they just tell you? You're the one that said it. You're the only one that's talking about who's alive for what parts. So would you consider that a spoiler or no? I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out why you'd say that. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. As I try to contain my rage at this Chameleos. There is no main character in JoJo. It switches every time. It's not like Goku in Dragon Ball. Is the main character of JoJo just JoJo? I mean, I guess it's always JoJo, but there's different JoJo. Goku literally dies more than once. That is true. Alright. Well, without any further comment, I just gotta put you on the list. Sorry. That's how it goes. You had your chance to explain yourself, and you lost it. I don't know what to tell you. Not you, Kestodon. That was Brian for his JoJo comment. Yeah, Goku dies within, like, freaking the Trunks arc in Dragon Ball Z. It's like in post-GT Super now. That's fine. Happened the year I was born. There's like, yeah, I mean they God damn it. They treat they don't treat death seriously in Dragon Ball Z, unfortunately. We're gonna redo this one. I gotta start with that max potion. Did I triple? Yeah, I triple carded. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's hard fights. I wouldn't be surprised if there were filler arcs like that, Mythical Monkey. How have you been, Minty? Not great? Well, that doesn't sound good. That's unfortunate. I've been okay. But I'm sorry to hear that you haven't been doing well. That's unfortunate. I think Dragon Ball GT was exclusively, like, written out of the canon, wasn't it? I mean, when you die in Dragon Ball, where do you go? Didn't Goku go to, like, heaven or hell or something in, like, Dragon Ball Z in the very beginning? Where was that? Snake Way? Well, eventually he went to Snake Way, but, like, didn't he fall off Snake Way and end up in hell for, like, a minute? I mean, at least there's a confirmed afterlife. I mean, it could definitely be worse. I tried to watch Dragon Ball Z Kai or something like that a while ago, and I never ended up, like, really getting into it. I watched Dragon Ball Z up through the end of the Cell arc, and I didn't really watch much after that. I heard the Cell arc is pretty much the high point of the series anyways. Not sure if true or not. Hercule is always a good character, yeah. The abridged version instead? I'm assuming it's on YouTube. I think I've heard of that. Dragon Ball Z abridged. Android 16 is very sexy. She doesn't have much of a personality, does she? She's like, I'm an android. Maybe she gets one later on. I mean, if I was gonna watch the Cell Saga, like I think those are some pretty decent episodes. Like I don't think there was really a ton of filler in those. There is a massive amount of bad stuff up to and then just after that. But I felt like the Cell Saga, they did a pretty good job of just like constantly keeping it going. The chonky bird-loving android. Oh, I see. The guy with like the mohawk. Yes, he does have a personality and he is sexy. No arguments here. What if you respawn though, Mox? What if it's not a real death? What if you think you die and you just immediately respawn? I guess you technically did die. Heaven or hell? Reincarnate into a beanstalk? Oh my god, imagine this reincarnation, but you could come back as a plant? No! Come back as a blade of grass. First thing you see is a dog squatting over you. No! What did I do? Stay away. Stop. Venus flytrap? I had one as a kid. They weren't very fast. I don't really understand how they catch flies. Come back as a bean? Sounds perfect. So the first hit of the tongue is enough. It's not a double hit. And he is really hard. Like, not like challenging necessarily, although I guess he is a little challenging. But his like body is like hard. Did your dad get you the plant? I think that was my mom. I think I went, like, we were at like a store that sold them. Like, can I get that? And she let me get it. In college, my school tried to cultivate a flower known as the corpse flower, which when blooms releases the odor of a rotting corpse in order to attract flies. And I spent all summer visiting the corpse flower, hoping that it would be in full bloom one day, and it never really did it. It opened a little bit. But that was a fun summer. I'm chat's corpse flower that attracts flies. It's big. It was a big thing. That was the most micro attack ever, and I got the trip. Okay. My promise of becoming a corpse flower? Doesn't corpse flower look like a big penis? I mean, a lot of flowers kind of got that sort of vaguely genital-like appearance to them. I don't really know what to tell you about that. I would say please observe some Warsack chess with your psychologist. A very long-term school project. I get the sense, Farley, from what I remember, that it was actually transplanted to the school. But for some reason, they thought they were going to be able to get it to bloom that summer. And I don't, like I said, I don't think it ever really fully bloomed. I certainly don't remember being like, smells like corpse. New camera, just slightly different lighting. It'll probably be different the next time you come to stream as well, so don't get too used to it. How do I know if it smelled corpse? Because I was... Oh, how do I know what a corpse smells like? That's a reasonable question. After smelling the plant, you got hungry? It's the smell of rotten meat. No, I think whoever was in charge of the corpse flower probably did all of the required research. It was a research school, known for its research, not known for its teaching, I guess. Roadkill is a very familiar smell where I live. How is that? How do you have like an area that is particularly prone to roadkill? Oh yeah, no, you'll know. That whole phrase, smell a rat. If there's a mouse, they've got an odor for sure. Can't explain Arkansas. There is no explaining where I live. I like that little boing. That's horrifying, Birdie. It is. He had a dead creature living on his roof. Well, I guess literally the opposite of living on his roof. Existing on his roof. Marinating together, soaking in the flavors. Gross. Gross. Let's communicate how terrible hit zones. It's to make you feel better when you make your one elemental fire weapon and be like, yay, I have an elemental fire weapon. But it helps out Gunlance a little bit. I think the fire damage adds up a little. Elemental Dragon. Does he take good dragon in this game? Why do people make a reservation to smell a flower? Because they want to smell the corpse flower. I was living on the campus, so I was able to visit the corpse flower every day until the day that they told the public that it might bloom. Somebody wrote a story on it, and then, like, there was a big line. That was only one day. Well, between your butt cheeks shouldn't smell like a dead body. If it does, you should probably see a doctor. I mean, it might smell bad, but it shouldn't smell like decomposing meat. Your ass smells like roadkill. You desperately need to change something in your life. I don't know that Taco Bell could do it. I think you would just need some sort of an ass injury that would get infected. Just keep the predators away. It might attract them. This thing is sick and dying. It'll be easy prey for me to eat. Taco Bell does have a pretty healthy reserve of vegetable-based matter, yeah. Whoa, 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 no, 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 no. Random rhymes at your house? It freaked me out. I was about to push the button and it's just like gone. I should heal again. I'd imagine anything that flies and crawls around on things would be a good pollinator. Not good. I should not do this. Thank you, Chance. Oh my god, you're so good, Chance. Never dunked, I guess. It would be a good skill to have in Sunbreak, actually. Full burst, instant full burst, with the ability to dunk flying monsters. And then a Wyvern Fire. Oops. I got a little confident running in there. That's only one death. That's okay. We've lasted quite a while. I just wish they would do something about Ground Splitter just like existing, because it's not fun to keep that up constantly like it is like Savage X. We didn't get supplies, did we? I mean, Ground Splitter's okay. It's just like, my complaint is just like the buff. You got to get the buff up. You can't sheath. And like with Savage X, I get it going away when you sheath, because like otherwise it would just be way too powerful with the way they balance it. But Ground Splitter, like, it's no good reason not to be like a 90-second buff. And it's like, it's fine to use like Ground Splitter as part of your combos, but I don't know. It's just, to me, it's like, it still takes a lot of time. Use Hail Cutter. I mean, if you're into heavy like lots of Wyvern Fires, it could be okay. Like, I've come to peace with Charge Blade. Like, I don't care that Savage Axe goes away. In fact, I'm happy it goes away. It's better that it goes away. I don't know, if you're attacking something's ass, it could be okay. I mean, getting a double full burst and then being able to Wyvern Fire again is okay. I mean, I think Wyvern Fire is nice because it works as kind of like a soft counter for when you guard if you're not doing like the proper, whatever that guard is. And it usually ends up being like at least 400 or 500 damage. I mean, is it a lot of damage? I mean, not compared to Greatsword, but it's basically guaranteed. Game is this? This is Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Known in some circles as Monster Hunter World. 360 damage? You should be able to get more damage than that. With the right exploit. I guess it probably depends how... Why it doesn't get a Wyvern Fire boost, does it? I don't know if it does. I mean, traditionally it was long, but I think World did flip it. There's that head break. That's what we like to hear. Oh, no. Which stake got the Wyvern Stake boost? I think Long has it? Wide is just weird anyways. Why is Guard Reload no good for Long? Load up wide, you're fine. With load up long, you're at 5. Oh, that makes sense then. Yeah, that's reasonable. Solid choice. Oh, that did nothing. Cool. He's poisoned? What do those cats do? They've been working on that the whole hunt. No! Oh, I didn't give me a chance to move. Oh, I'm so sad. The pressure. We should be okay. He's so close. Because his head is broken. Can do this? I'm terrified. It's testing my faith in Gunlance as a weapon. But I know it can be done. I think it's 30% HP for the head breaks. Somewhere around there. Threshold to repel elders in GU? I have no idea. It's probably like 50%. It's probably not that high. I would love to get a mount. Why do we get points? It's probably Moth paying out for that death that just happened. Well, he's at least limping. Made reservations for a base stream deck? I think it's a good call. I think it's going to be a good purchase. At the very least, it'll probably have some resale value. Can I do with the Shep Nuts? You could redeem Nut. That's mostly for sound redemptions. A lot of the sound redemptions are locked behind subscriptions, but you can always redeem Nut. Thinking about starting Muay Thai classes.
Nut.
Any reason for Muay Thai in particular? Menti! Again, sorry to hear things haven't been great. Hopefully what year is it? Hopefully 2022 is better for us. Just to get you a taste of, I mean, I've heard it's very powerful, very successful. So a lot of people in MMA did Muay Thai for a while, did Thai kickboxing at the very least. I'm not sure if those are the same thing. I'm sure somebody here would know. If I say that, they'll be like, well, streamer, you got it right. Or we're like, well, streamer, you're an idiot. You're not anything alike. No. I did not want to push that button. Getting my heat up a little bit. So we're gonna do a Wyvern Fire when we get in here. Well, sure. I mean, you know, martial arts are always good for exercise. Give yourself a little confidence. I would say, you know what? Don't worry too much. I mean, they put you in a beginner class. I mean, you're gonna be there with like real beginners. I don't think you gotta worry too much. Can't even lift your leg 90 degrees up. I mean, they might teach you some good exercises for how to do that. I tried to flash him earlier and it didn't work. Let's try it again. Oh, thank God. Oh! Goddamn monster. This is just one. We're probably going to have to do a couple. The most rare thing we need is a large Elder Dragon gem. We will need a hyper-potent toxin and a hyper-conflagrant sec. I'm assuming that's Hyper-Gypceros and Hyper-Kutku. Try to flash him. He's probably on human appendages. I mean, maybe. The Verdant Hills are alive. It's got to be Gypceros. Yeah, Hyper-Gypceros. And then Kutku. Okay. That's okay. How's the first upgrade level looking? 310 with white? I would take that. It's only got long 3, but I would take that over what I'm using right now. Well, we need the Chameleos gem eventually. So that's fine. Okay. Wonder he seems so big. I mean, those are just high rank anyways. I mean, we need one for the upgrade. I don't know what we'll use the second one for. All right, I think that's it for now. No stream in the morning tomorrow. We're going to move the stream to night. And then after that, Elden Ring? The reason we're moving to night is because Jono gave me like 20 codes to give away for Monster Hunter Rise DLC on the PC. So that's pretty good. So come by for that stream for free stuff. If you're EU, stay up late and be irresponsible. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. After that, like I said, Elden Ring. Timing's going to be weird. I'm just going to start the stream when I get it working. So it'll be... should be 25 hours from now? Ish? I think? When we get the Rise title update on Steam. And then I'm going to try and VPN Elden Ring. Like I said, I'm just going to stream when I get it, because I plan to stream it a lot. So I'll take my rest when I can get it, and then we'll go hard for a little while. All right. I love you. I hope you guys have a good day. I will see you pretty soon. Goodbye.